I got.
Adarsh, you're dying.
Did I miss something? Is
Am
he
I?
dying?
Yeah, you
I
got
think I
all
missed it
robot for
too.
a second.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh no.
Like, wait, I'm dying?
Okay.
I hope not.
We all are,
We all are,
Adarsh.
but-
We all are.
Just at
It's just a
different
matter of
paces.
time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hopefully
God.
my voice is
I was like reminding people of their mortality. No, your mic got robot-y for a second.
Hey, Robert, when you come over here, do you want to help me replace the alcohol in some of my jars?
No, Alex, I don't give in to peer pressure. I don't give in to peer pressure, and I'm not doing meth with you. Stop asking me.
I didn't say anything about
Robert,
meth.
she doesn't do meth. She does Special K.
What? I don't think you're
Ah,
supposed
yes,
to drink the
ketamine.
kind of alcohol you use in specimen jars.
I don't think you're
that would
supposed to
be very
drink any
bad for
alcohol.
you.
That's why it's poisonous to humans.
Teehee.
Anyway, I'll stop talking about my weird stuff.
It's not. Listen, Alex. It's not that you talk about your weird stuff. It's that you haven't.
Okay.
I could go with some cereal right now.
Oh,
I posted this as a joke, but actually, this like serial thirst trap is really distracting me.
cereal.
Fruit salads do a great job. Tell you
Grapes?
what.
You
Who
want
puts
something
grapes?
good?
Is that grapes or cherry tomatoes? What is that?
I think those are
Cranberries.
Those better not be fucking
cranberries.
tomatoes. You better not be putting
Cranberries.
fucking tomatoes in fucking
I do
cereal.
not know
They are sweet.
what a cranberry looks like off
That
the
looks
top
like
of my head.
cranberries.
Cranberries are more like ribbed, like they're bubbly.
Are they?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure those are cranberries.
No.
I assume they were cherries.
No.
This
I
is
those
a
are-
googled
cranberry.
cranberries.
Okay, what was
They
I
could
thinking
be-
of?
They could be cranberries,
Huh?
but they look more like
Do you mean
grapes.
raspberries?
No, I
No,
wasn't
raspberries
thinking-
are nodules.
I
They're like
thought I was
nodules,
thinking
yeah.
of
That's what I was gonna
lingonberries.
use as well.
But yeah, those definitely look like cranberries.
Why does that
I don't know
fucking
what the hell I was
pink thing
thinking
look like a
of.
pervert?
Because it is?
I like
He
how
just
it's
likes
touching those leaves.
cranberries.
If it,
Well,
if it looks
maybe
like
he
a duck,
shouldn't.
if it looks like a duck, sounds like a duck.
And eats cranberries,
No.
it's a pervert.
Exactly.
Oh god.
Don't
I
feed
don't like
a
the way
duck
he's, like, looking at me.
cranberries. I don't like how his nose is twitching.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
You know
Same
what I
with the
do
hat.
like?
Playing D&D?
No,
thing we're
I
not
hate
playing
I
that.
hate playing D&D, William. That's why I run
Oh,
Worlds
no.
Without Number.
You used
Yeah,
to
it's
like
same
it.
thing, basically.
Yeah, then I understood that there are systems that do a much better job of storytelling and don't make combat take 6 hours.
Yeah, same thing, really.
I have to keep-
Let me
Make it take 6 hours.
Walker
if you
stare,
want.
Walker stare, Walker stare, Walker stare, Alex, don't
You
start with
guys
me.
have to stop making inside jokes. You'll scare everybody else
Listen,
and make them
the-
feel bad.
The best way to handle inside jokes with new people is to let them in so they can also enjoy them.
No,
I thought it was
it's
to
never
ostracize them.
never funny when you explain it.
When you say Walker Stare, are you talking like Walker, Texas Ranger?
You
Yes,
are
actually.
so
Yes and
incredibly
no.
close.
Yes and no.
Here's the thing. It also circles back to the wrestle game conversation. And
No,
after
don't
that,
talk to
we're
other
go-
people about the wrestle game. They'll hate it.
We
All
then
walk.
have to go into an extended conversation. You have to like go over an entire historical document, and you need
Listen.
a lot of context to understand the two words Walker.
Hey,
Stare.
hold, Rob. For those who want context, just hang out after and I'll explain everything. They're walker staring at each other.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Is that the theme song? Is it getting louder? Oh my god! I made it so fucking loud. Oh god! Now we can finally start.
We're starting earlier than last time.
We are. Well, last time we.
Congrats.
I don't remember why we started late last time.
Too much BS.
Big
Bitching.
cities with an S. After the clusterfuck of Corval, returning to Artivishte, though losing Rowan, you found a new ally in Samar, who seemed incredibly well trusted by another incredibly well trusted ally in Zane Valari. And your investigations, your incursion, your veritable clusterfuck bore the fruit of seemingly ending this mess of corrupt Ducal guards. But more than that, it gave you a chance to relax, figure out what's next. But unfortunately, it wasn't but a small amount of time after getting back to the Valaria state that you were met by Cassie, Molly, and their new friend, Captain Wallace. And he had an offer. He needed your help and mentioned strange goings-ons in Fortuny Soul, and, well, not one to turn down an offer of, well, the other clusterfucks that you've left in the past. And knowing that having a private ship would mean not having to deal with the additional clusterfuck of finding transportation. A long, drawn-out conversation later, you agreed that perhaps it's worth it, going with Captain Wallace and returning to Fortuny Soul. So you did. A journey from Artavishta all the way back to Milo Harbor, meeting with Captain Wallace and finding out some very strange things about he and his crew. And it turned out the once captured and then free and wanted man of Mr. Osmond McBrennan was now in Wallace's employ, though he seemed scared absolutely shitless of it and would much rather have been dead. But it was not to be. As your travels finally in agreement, and knowing that, well, yeah, there was something wrong with Captain Wallace. Yeah, he was probably bad news, but, you know, he's not gonna fuck you guys over. You can trust him. It's everyone else he's gonna fuck over. So a week aboard the Accordance Code, and finally stopping over at a cove somewhere, you eventually made your way back to Fortuny Soul, where you were worried about what may be going on with the Soldiers of the Blue, what may be going on with the friends that you left here, with the question marks of the world you left behind during your time in Vicania. And the night, well, after you disembarked, the night brought as many questions as answers, as you met with a person referred to as Captain Wallace's quartermaster, who brought you back to Ivan's High Seas Salvage. That being Satyr Howard, sorry. And he brought you... What? One second. One second. One second.
He brought us a dog.
I wish.
No, you didn't meet Lawrence yet.
There is a neighbor who has a chihuahua that they let run around the neighborhood when they let him out. Pretty well trained. Like, they essentially treat the whole neighborhood as their backyard. But once in a while, they come around the house and bark.
Oh.
And Shelby really likes saying hi to dogs. No. Normally it's done by like 8 o'clock, but not today. But I digress. After Mr. Howard brought you back to Ivan's High Seas Salvage, it is there that you met with the second in the line of know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. A strangely un-Wallace-like figure in Mr. Lawrence Beckett. And you all headed out to a bar for a nice, enjoyable evening, while Mira headed back to the Garantines with your other allies to get you all settled for the night. So, I will ask unto you, Alex.
Eh?
Mira headed to the Guarantines after disembarking the ship,
Yeah.
not wanting to deal with the extended clusterfuck of whatever the fuck's going on with Wallace for fear that perhaps she will be choking a bitch out or worse. And knowing that, well, whatever it is, you do have a party of people who you can trust to deal with it. So, you took Henrietta, you took Roland, and you took Mr. Abney to go meet with the Guarantines at their lovely estate. The question I have for you,
Would
Alex,
Mira have taken Abney? That seems a little awkward. I mean, if he came, she would just be like, "Oh,
you know what?
Okay.
I'll let Ronnie make the call on if Frey would have wanted Abney there for the meeting with Wallace's contact."
I don't think he felt like he would particularly needed Abney there. So if you want to go to the manor, that would be fine.
Oh, well,
Or
on
the
top of that,
house.
Abney is kind of handling all of your stuff on Henrietta, so
fair."
yeah. So he definitely would have been with Henrietta because of all the weapons and things.
Okay.
He's becoming a bit of a pseudo quartermaster. So, yes.
I would like to request that Robert act out for us what Mira hears when Abney and Magnus meet each other. And
Oh,
how
I mean,
awkward that
I always love making Robert talk to himself, and I think he loves it too.
I do. I love talking to myself almost as much as I love talking to other people. Unless there's a mirror, then it's more.
Oh, you're such a...
It's important to have good self-esteem and really love looking at yourself.
You know what? I respect that.
All right, we'll
for you.
go then. Mira doesn't understand any of this stuff. She'll just...
Piracy and political
She'll wing
bullshit.
She'll wing it.
Having hours where you were stuck with a bag over your head, trying not to choke a bitch, certainly a lot. But you make your way, guiding Henrietta, Roland, and Abney back to the Guarantine estate, where it is quiet as usual out here in the River Ward.
Yeah, we go. We arrive.
There is no one outside, though. As you are walking up, you do hear what sounds like something falling and breaking or clanking to the ground from inside.
Hey. Is there like a big knocker that I can knock or something?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice
I
estate.
will do so.
You do. You then hear something else. It sounds like pottery clanging to the ground and breaking, and then stumbling, and you hear, "Oh, just a minute, I'm gonna be there." And then you hear what sounds like a chair, wooden, being dragged across a floor and then falling over, and then you see the inimitable visage of your lovely... God, how am I even supposed to describe him at this point?
Do it for William's sake.
No, I meant literally, how am I supposed to describe him? The
well.
lovely, oft-scarred, and bulky, well over 6 foot, wider shoulders than most people have in height, Magnus Guarantine. His short hair, a little bit longer, a mess. You can see he has an additional what looks like cut scar under his right eye now that looks a little bit deeper, and he just immediately... He's also very covered in what looks like paint. And he just...
Hey.
"Oh, it's Mira!" And, like, immediately tackles you.
I'm very strong,
Oh.
thankfully.
And,
Hi.
"Oh, it's Mira. You sure wrote that you were coming with, And, like, you can see that there is now a big splotch of multiple colors of paint all over your dress.
It's fine. I mean, Mira raised them as children. She's probably used to getting shit spilled on her.
Honestly, this is probably like, you know, he's 12 feet taller now, but it's the exact same interaction.
Yeah, 12 feet taller. Just probably like, you know, absent-mindedly get a handkerchief to like down off. Be like, well, I mean, it was a little bit short notice. We took a ship and anyway, we're here now. Most of us.
Oh, most of them. Oh, wait. Mr. Garrett, he's probably staying at home now, right? He got his wife back and all that. Oh, I'm sure. You know what? At this point, he like puts an arm around you, and you can feel like how like sticky his arm is against the back of your dress. From all of this paint.
I just got new clothes.
And he's like dragging you inside. He's like, well, I mean, you can write to him, right? I mean, tell him all about it. I mean, he's of course free to come here any time, Miss Mary.
Magnus.
What is it?
He's here. They're just.
Oh!
Everybody else is in
he just
a
lifts
meeting.
his hands up and like almost jumps in the air. Even better then.
The rest are in a meeting right now, except. Well, can we just fix everything? Take care of.
And at this point, he like finally notices, and you can see there are tracks. It looks like you can see there is a large table in the middle of the foyer covered in paint. Mostly watercolors, but there's some oils as well. And it looks like something fell. Like, you can see where there's a broken easel on the ground. And it looks like when you knocked, he stumbled, knocked a chair over, launched the pallet onto the floor, stepped through it, and immediately tracked it all the way through the foyer to the front door.
I suppose Alice is not going to be pleased about that.
Oh, well, I mean, she's gonna be moving out soon, so I mean, this was gonna be her well, you see, I want Miss Mary, you know how you always say it's important to, you know, make things that are nice and mean something? Well, I wanted to paint something for her wedding, but...
Oh, she's getting married?
Yeah, you remember Leonard, right?
I think we met briefly.
Oh, yeah, I mean, well, she says she is, but, you know...
Well... out of character, Roland, this was where we met Roland. He was here already. They know each other a little, I think. At least
yes, you guys
recognize each other.
This is where Roland was dealing with his frozen PTSD episodes.
Yes. So I mean, we're not gonna bring Henrietta in the front door, presumably.
She's already like out front and just like grazing and working on the very lovely manicured lawn to make it a little bit less.
Okay, well, you remember Roland?
And at this point, he like runs past you and starts to give a big air. He just, that's okay. Oh, nonsense. You're okay with hugs, right? Yes, Roland kind of looks to you, Mira, like he's not sure if saying yes is going to get him killed.
Well, be gentle.
Right, yeah, gentle. And he immediately, like, hugs him so big, he, like, lifts him up off the ground.
Gentle!
Nice to see you, too, Magnus. You seem a lot better than you did. So things must be going well for you. What, and he just... Yeah, they're going great. Can you... Oh, right. Sorry. And now Roland's... You can see where, like, his hair, which he hasn't really gotten cut lately, now has a bunch of oil paint in it from Magnus hugging him, and it's, like, starting to mat together immediately.
And this is, I'm trying to think of how Mira would call Abney. She probably calls him Mr. Abney still, I think. This is William Abney. He's a new friend of ours. Mr. Abney, this is Magnus Guarantine. I helped. I was a maid at their house for a while when they were growing up. She would probably have explained that like while we were walking here, but you know.
Yeah. And as you say that, Magnus like moves over towards Abney and just kind of, oh, she don't look like she's aged a day. It's a little crazy, isn't it? I mean, if I didn't know about her, I'd say she was got to live to be like 400 or 500 years old. Look at her. She looks exactly the same as when we was kids.
Mira looks nervous for multiple reasons.
And Abney just, of course, love. Nice to meet you. Not real big on the. Oh fuck it! And he gives him a big hug, and Maggie's like, "All right," and just gives him a big hug back. And when Magnus gets done, he like turns to you, Mira. Say, that's how a hug should be done, Miss Mira. You gotta do the big hugs. That's how you should meet people. I mean, you know, when they want it. Like, I'm not gonna hug somebody who's like really uncomfortable with it. But on the other hand, you know, I mean, when they want it, you gotta give them a good hug. That's really important.
Of course it is. Anyway, I'm not sure how long everyone else is going to take. I did tell them that we were headed here. So
well, I mean, you know, we've got rooms. We've got room. Of course, you know, and he motions outside. They said Rita's fine to, you know. I mean, last time she was here, one of the neighbors got really, really mad because they said lawn looked bad, but kind of, he gets really shy and like looks down at his feet. But when they said if she comes back, they'd shoot her. I punched him in the jaw, and I think I knocked a couple of their teeth out.
Well, maybe a little too far, but
Well, I mean,
it was very rude of them.
Yeah, I like Miss Henrietta.
She's very sweet.
She's my second favorite miss that is with you. Behind you.
Mira gives him another hug. A bigger, stronger hug.
He just... And he, like, tries to, like, hug back as strong as he can. And, like, you can hear Abney, like, whispering something to Roland, who then just proceeds to shrug as they're watching fucking Mira outmuscle this person who's, like, 3 times her size.
It's fine. Don't think about it too hard.
And, at this point, he just... Oh, so, you... if Miss Henrietta is here, then you must have all your shit here. So, let's get all that inside, huh?
Yes.
Mr. Abney, how about I help? I hear I am great at carrying things. And Abney just kind of course, love. Let's get everything inside then. And they proceed to, and as soon as they walk out, he goes, "Is that a full-size Albert? I asked for Caney and don't see else too often."
Oh, yeah, I'm probably carrying the fucking huge sword too.
And they begin not quite geeking out, but definitely are talking very interested, like car guys, about weapons right now. Leaving you and Roland in this veritable explosion of paint in the foyer.
Should probably start trying to clean up out of, force of habit.
Oh. You would know that under the table there is a sheet. It is silk and probably worth like a month's salary of a good job that is just completely destroyed by boot prints and things.
Fussing fussing, cleaning, etc.
Roland just kind of, what should I, you're gonna need
you can
help.
just-
And he
you could-
runs out to grab some
Okay.
stuff.
All right.
Comes back a moment later with more rags. I think if I stay alone with those two, I might go crazy listening to them talk about how excited they are about sharpening their weapons or playing with their whetstones or whatever.
Fair. You can help me, or you can just sit down and relax. Whatever you want to do.
Looking at the expression on Roland's face, you would probably question if he has ever sat down and relaxed.
I know. As soon as I said that, I was like, wait, hold on.
But he seems
I
to
guess- I
take some
guess we can-
solace in the fact that,
we can clean. We can do stuff.
yeah. He seems to take some solace in the fact that he at least gets to clean with you, and it gives him something resembling purpose, and he has a couple of moments where he just, do you prefer Miss Mira or Miss Tyrell, or...
You can just call me Mira. I think Magnus calls me Miss Mira because he was very young when we first met, and then,
Yeah,
he sort of
what
grew up
is
with me.
that? He's huge,
He wasn't huge when I first met him.
but he is now, and you nearly lift him off his feet when you hug him. I know you're strong, but he's huge.
Well, I'm a lot stronger than I look, I guess.
He just gives a nodding acknowledgement of skepticism at the pure concept of physics.
We can talk about it a little bit later, maybe. Yeah. She sounds a little uncertain.
Roland looks a little uncertain.
Oh!
He continues to dutifully help you clean up the explosion in the foyer. Which you then realize the first time you start to head into the kitchen and everything, that there is a wash basin in the kitchen that has tracks going out to the back that is covered in paint and things. It looks like he's been at this for days. And the entire kitchen is covered in fingerprints, handprints, different colored paints, oil paints, watercolors.
He's doing his best.
The story you're able to build out of it very quickly is it looks like he got frustrated with how small the kitchen was comparatively and just kind of moved everything into the foyer.
Okay.
Meanwhile, as Mira gets settled down back at the Guarantine estate, Frey, you headed off while everyone else stayed drinking. Where were you going?
Well, Frey was just heading out to clear his head to walk it off. I don't think he had any clear destination in mind.
Okay, just getting away from the insanity, as it were.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, just wanted to make sure. Which will bring us back to the rest of you. Strieg, Garrett, Samar, Lawrence. It has been a night of drinking and, well, I don't know that celebration is quite the word, but relief, maybe?
Yeah. I guess to you guys, is there anything else you specifically want to discuss with Lawrence now?
Lawrence has not taken his sunglasses off still.
Yes, he's kept on his sunglasses the entire time. But please, they're tinted spectacles.
Yeah, don't use anachronistic words. They're tinted spectacles.
Okay.
Be better than Shakespeare. It's important.
Is it metagaming if I ask him what color something is? Is there any chance I would know that somebody might have the ability to see things even if they're blind, but they wouldn't know what colors things are?
Weren't you affiliated with the Magic Academy or something?
Yeah, I would say
know?
it's more just insensitive to walk up to someone you think is blind and go, "Hey, what color is this?"
A little rude, yeah.
Sensitive.
I wouldn't say metagaming. I would just say it makes you look like an asshole.
And if you're wrong about your assumption, it makes you look like a weirdo.
Well, can I? Okay. This is a little convoluted, but I would like to, I assume we're all like sitting at the bar or something.
Standing at a
Is this the
table
case, or are we,
outside.
like,
Remember, the entire
cool.
gimmick is they just have a bunch of standing room tables at the Levy's Bounty. All
Sure.
throughout the
Can I?
yeah.
Are there? Okay. Okay. What I really want to do is set up a situation where I can like gesture casually behind Lawrence and go like, "Oh, can you hand me that glass, the one on the like red napkin or whatever, you know?" And then like he has to pick which one, and then I can see if he knows how the colors.
Okay, I mean, I don't see a problem with that.
That's really fucking funny.
Great.
So,
because I don't want to be like, "Can you see colors?" But I want to set up a situation where anybody who can see colors would have no issue doing this, you know?
all right, now I assume you're trying to do this in a very nonchalant way.
Yes.
All right, charisma convince against wisdom intuit. Let's see.
I'm doing the charisma convince, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure. Damn. All right. Ooh.
That's a DC, right? And I met it.
I will say, since you were creating the DC, essentially. So, yeah, I will say that, yeah, it is, Samar is subtle enough that you would not notice exactly what they're trying to do.
Great. And I'm okay if there's a little inkling that like I'm acting weird or whatever. I just don't want it to be clear until I can like ask the question.
Oh, that's
that,
fine.
like I am about to put in this situation.
So
So then I'll just, once I'm back at the table, I'll just be like, "Oh shit, I forgot my drink. Lawrence, can you hand me the glass behind you over there? It's the one on the red napkin."
He does without issue.
Shit. All right.
And you know what? And you know what? He's very cordial about it. Oh, of course. Here you go. Samar.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Great. All right. I think Samar's like, good to know. Good to know. It was a little convoluted, but we got there.
24 hours of build-up for that.
God.
I just need to know, you know?
If you know, you know.
But would it be cool if that was correct?
What?
Would it not have been cool if I was right,
It
though?
would have. It would have been very cool if you were right.
And listen, it'd be really cool if Lawrence was a millionaire.
So anyway, anything else you guys are doing at the bar for the evening?
If you all have any other things you want to bring with Lawrence. If not, he'd probably just make more casual conversation before asking like, "Hey, where are you guys staying?" I will see about getting my contact tomorrow and heading over.
Yeah, I can't think of anything particular else. I would be doing, and yeah, would probably let them know that we're gonna be staying at the Guarantine Estate, and that he should pop over in the morning when he gets a chance, and or later on, I guess, depending on when he gets a chance to talk to his contacts. And then yeah, I would wait till everyone else is done, and then we could all head over there, minus Lawrence as he goes to see his people.
You probably do. Robert, what time is it?
It's late, like 9, 10 o'clock.
You'd probably
Actually,
get him in
after
the
you guys are done
morning.
drinking, probably closer to 11.
Yeah, you'd probably get him in the morning. But yeah, that's about, yeah. Like I said, Lawrence makes some more casual conversation, all very amiable, etc. Before eventually saying that if we're gonna get an early rise tomorrow, probably get to bed soon, and politely excusing himself. I do hope all of you enjoy your evening, and I look forward to our future cooperation. Robert.
Yep.
Can Lawrence put this night on his tab here?
Yeah.
With the promise that he'll pay it next time he's in town with a generous tip.
Yeah, it's fine.
Very cool.
Cost y'all nothing.
Interesting.
Now, question is, are you guys going to romp the tab more after he leaves?
Probably not.
I
So,
wouldn't.
with that, Lawrence, you are...
What was the name? I'm sorry, Robert. What was the name of the bar?
The name of the bar was Levy's Bounty. Levi.
Yep. Just noting the debt.
Yep. All right, so the rest of you are all going to be heading back to the Guarantine Estate then?
Yeah, unless anyone else wants anything else to do.
No, I think that's good.
Frey, anything?
I think Frey would probably wander by Ivan's salvage just to see if like Wallace did ever show up there.
Okay.
Can I put one addendum on the previous scene before we move on to this?
Oh, yeah.
Lawrence probably would have mentioned before, like, wrapping things up that, Mr. Varrock has been gone for some time. Maybe one of you should take go check on him, or is this a normal thing? Or ask if this is like a normal thing.
It's not normal.
He'd shrug at that, I guess. That's all I wanted to add.
So, a nondescript... Oh.
Probably fun.
So, with that, Frey, you make your way back to Ivan's High Seas. Where, are you... you can see that the door is shut, but there is, as there has been, some sort of light, presumably from the glowing amberjack, but there is light moving around inside.
What the heck? He'll try the door.
I'm assuming,
Open.
just in case, Lawrence would have locked it since we all left. Like on the way out, just to throw out there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And you open it, and you can see Wallace pacing around in front of the glowing fish, and sitting behind the counter is his quartermaster.
Okay.
And he looks...
Why? I'm sorry. I have a question. Why is there a glowing fish? Is this relevant?
There always has been. I've been mentioning that since the first time you guys came in here. There's an enchanted, glowing golden amberjack in a small pool in the center of the sales floor.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Frey will Are they like speaking or anything?
No. As soon as the door opens, like, he paces a little bit more, and then as soon as he sees you, he like starts walking up to you quick. Like, heavy footsteps.
Frey will resist every urge to back up. So you did show up. I wasn't sure if you were going to.
There was some complications down at the docks. Seems someone got word of the wanted bounty, I don't know, on our mutual acquaintance, Mr. McBrennan, and he has been taken from my custody into the custody of the Sacred Blades. So I might need y'all to do me another favor. Because while I am fine with him getting what's coming to him, if that is what you all so desire, I am not exactly in the mood for dealing with the guild political bullshit of Fortuny Soul. And on that note, where the fuck have you all been?
Oh, we were just getting some drinks and meeting our new shared acquaintance.
Some fucking drinks, of course. I'm assuming that was Mr. Beckett's call, was it not?
I do believe it was.
Of course. Can't trust that fucking kid as far as I can fucking throw him. And he starts pacing angrily now. Supposed to have things nice and done. And here we are dealing with everything and, well, let's just say that Mr. Howard here was none too happy, and I am more than annoyed by what is going on here. So you all headed out. No warning, no nothing. Tell me we have information. Tell me your meeting bore some fruit, at least.
Well, we had an idea of what Mr. Beckett is interested in finding. Looking at Wallace, does it seem like he has like is it like personal anger towards Lauren, or is it more just that the entire situation?
Wisdom into it.
Okay. Dare I walk away from my desk? There we go. 5.
He just seems angry. You can't tell if it's at the situation and people not following orders. There's a lot that he could be mad about.
Well, I suppose that was a bit thoughtless of us. But after such a long trip here.
He just kind of like puts a hand on your shoulder and just like pats it a couple times. Not condescendingly, but not reassuringly. Like he's just kind of going through the motions more than anything. It's alright. I suppose we weren't going to be getting much done tonight anyway. I just took a chance on Mr. Beckett and trusting that he's going to get things done. And, well, just takes a second. He takes a couple of deep breaths. I gotta let my temper ruin what seems to be a good thing. Honestly, I think I'm more mad about what's happened with Mr. McBrennan than whatever is happening. He just shrugs his head at that, or shrugs like his shoulders and rolls his head and just kind of brushes it off. And
Well, after everything that happened, I can't say that I believe that my group would have much interest in helping him out at this juncture.
Well, I understand that, but like I said, I need someone to do me a favor out in Alice here. And he seemed like the perfect man for the job. And if he's gonna be stuck in Sacred Blade custody, well, y'all gonna be volunteering? Let me rephrase that. There is a gentleman that I have some issues with that is in custody of the NSO. There's a belief that they are going to be reinvestigated and, well, if my information is correct, be getting set free soon, and I do not want that. So, how are you with poison?
Not practiced in the least.
Well, how are you with convincing people that you should be where you shouldn't? Because, well, I can call in another favor with Mr. Beckett. He's something of an expert at making them not realize that they're quite dying just yet. I would go so far as to say he is one of the most dangerous men I've ever sailed with, and he could, with a little bit of your assistance, certainly help me with this job. And this one would have pay.
Seems to me that I've already agreed to help you with one job.
That is a mutually beneficial one for both of us. This one is for me, and as I said, I'm more than willing to pay.
Well, I think it's a bit early for me to agree with anything, especially not without talking to the rest of the group. I mean, who knows, our trip might not even take us in that direction.
Well, like I said, it is certainly an inconvenience to my larger plans, and, well, it is very unfortunate what happened with Mr. McBrennan. You don't know how word of his existence could have gotten here, do you? I know you lot could not have foreseen this because, well, I think if y'all wanted him dead or to see justice, you would have just taken me up on my offer back in Vacania. So, either one of y'all's a rat and you need to look at your own, or someone certainly has it out for Mr. McBrennan. And the latter would be concerning. The former would be, well, horrifying for you if you are not all on lockstep, same page.
I can promise that nobody on my end has had such an opportunity. Besides, McBrennan, with the life he's lived, it would surprise me to find out that he has a long list of enemies.
And it's about now that you hear the door slowly opening again. And Frey, as fast as you're turning, you feel movement and turn your eyes to the right from where you feel the movement, and you can see Wallace with 2 guns immediately drawn to the door.
Okay, yeah, Frey definitely kind of jumps a little alarmed at that. But he will look towards the door.
Whoa, Mr. Wallace, what's this about?
Well, you kind of took our entire group here and decided to get him shit-faced when we had a meeting.
Unfortunately, your representative in the meeting decided to leave a little early.
Yes,
He just kind of shrugs. Half shrugs, half hands in the air. The gun pointed at him.
At this point, he puts them away. They both go. You can see, Frey, that he seems to have, on his back, under his cloak, he seems to have a couple of holsters. And he
Okay.
just kind of... So, what exactly were we to expect to have happen here? Y'all were gonna go head out, hope that things go better in the morning?
Well, the official meeting is what I was personally planning on. I was hoping that you might be attending, Mr. Wallace.
Of course I'm gonna be there. Especially now because, well, if I didn't know any better, I would say that among our new associates, the aptly named Fortunes Accord, and he looks at Frey, there may in fact be a rat.
An eyebrow raised behind the glasses.
Now,
What do you
Mr. Frey, I do not think it is you, but I am going to speak very plainly, and if at any point it seems like you may not be completely truthful with me, I will shoot you in the goddamn head. Do you understand that?
I don't doubt you for a moment.
Mr. Beckett.
There's a light chuckle. It's becoming increasingly clear, Mr. Wallace, why these people seem to be afraid of you.
Well,
Has your time here at the salvage shop lost your sociability?
There was another gentleman, Mr. McBrennan, who was going to be helping me with another job out in Alice here, and, well, when we were disembarking, they all headed off. He helped me with some unloading while they were here to meet with you, and someone let the dockmasters, the customs agent, someone on the docks know who he was, and he is now in Sacred Blade custody.
Robert, does the name McBrennan sound familiar? He's a very wanted man, right?
You would not have heard the name.
Okay. Well, Mr. Howard, you escorted them to me, correct? And they're with me the entire evening.
None of them ever separated or nothing. You had your eyes on all of them, Mr. Beckett.
Outside of Mr. Farrak here, everyone was with me.
As you say that, Wallace's eyes meet yours, Frey, and he stares.
To clarify,
daggers
that was
at
only
you.
about an hour or two ago. Is that about right, Robert?
Yeah.
It was only an hour or two ago that, he headed off.
Oh, shit. Everyone else was with you, though.
That's right. Is that your whole group of your troubleshooters, Mr. Farrak?
He turns to you with daggers in his eyes.
Frey will... Frey will smile and says, yes, that's with all of us.
Give me a charisma convince.
All right. Nine.
He has this, like, his expression doesn't change at all, but you can see, like, this boiling anger in his eyes.
Mr. Wallace, if I may, you sought these people out, correct? These, I guess mercenaries is the best way to put it. Clearly that was for a reason. Are these the kind of people who you would also be suspicious of ratting on you?
I was under the
harboring a rat?
assumption, until all of this, no one else, let me make this incredibly clear, Mr. Beckett, no one else knew that Mr. McBrennan was with us. And there was only one person on that ship who seemed to have a personal vendetta. So I'm going to ask just one more time. Well, let me make it just a tiny bit clearer. At this point, he turns to you, Lawrence. Mr. Beckett,
Eyebrow raise.
how was Miss Tyrell?
During our meeting, I only met a Mr. Garrett, a Just Samar, a Mr. Strieg, and of course, Mr. Varrock.
So you never met Mira Tyrell? 20s, maybe, wearing a nice dress, way too
No nice
kind
dresses.
looking, and able to manhandle a wanted assassin?
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Mr. McBrennan, he's a bit of a wanted assassin. Or something. I'm not clear on the exact details, Mr. Beckett.
Lawrence kind of stifles a mild chuckle. No, none of the sort.
Mr. Frey, when you come to the meeting tomorrow, I want you to have an answer as to what happened to Mr. McBrennan. Mr. Beckett, I have another job for you once this is done. There will be very good pay on it if this problem with Mr. McBrennan does not get solved hastily.
I may consider it, but there are some pressing matters that you and I both know need to be attended to.
Yes, I know. It's very unfortunate because Mr. McBrennan would have been a very valuable asset in the cities for me, while I work on some less obvious routes of investigation. Can you set the meeting for afternoon tomorrow here?
It's already been established to be at the... Sorry, I need to find my notes again. The Garen Keen Estate. Tomorrow morning.
In the morning. He turns to his quartermaster. Find out where that is. I want you to hire people, have it under watch in every fucking moment from now until I get there.
I know it seems a bit much.
I am not a fan of people not knowing things or being able to find out things I do not want them to know, Mr. Frey. At this point, his quartermaster, Mr. Howard, has headed out quickly and almost nervously. You won't notice anything's wrong, and, like I said, Mr. Frey, find out if it's any of yours. I'm going to trust that you can do that. I'll see you all in the morning.
If you want me to find that information, it would help to have time. Half the night is already gone.
I tried to give you time, but Mr. Beckett here has already scheduled the meet, and, well, frankly, I am not interested in having that meeting go any longer than it needs to.
Well, I suppose we'll have to see what comes of it then.
I wish you luck, Mr. Frey. I truly do not believe that you were part of this. I let my anger get the better of me there. Like I said, I do not like leaks on a ship, if you will.
And I trust we'll find out that leak did not come from any of my people.
Which raises a curious question of who else could have possibly known that Osmond McBrennan was aboard my ship when we left Vicania.
What exactly happened, Mr. Wallace? This assassin of yours.
I met him out in Artiviste, offered him a job, and he was so kind as to accept it.
I meant here. I meant the issue now.
Well, we were getting all the paperwork ready, we were unloading everything, and a couple of Sacred Blade agents showed up. They said that he was wanted in Vicania. They said that... And he just shrugs. They started throwing all of that guild bullshit paperwork out at me. You know the type. And I can't exactly be the one raising questions right now, so I said, sure, we will sort this all out in the coming days. Kind of pauses for a second.
And when was this?
About within a half hour maybe after they all disembarked, so probably around the time after they started meeting with you.
Well, Mr. Varrock, if I were in your position, I would start looking at those who were not at that meeting.
Gives a nod. That reminds me, last thing I might need from you, Mr. Beckett, in the coming days, you know someone who can forge an identity for me? A real damn good one. Mr. McBrand needs to not be Mr. McBrand, it needs to be damn quick.
Check something? William, check something. Would you consider that mildly illegal? Or majorly illegal, Robert?
I would say it would depend on how you present it. It could be mildly illegal. Or majorly illegal. I think you could sell it as mildly.
I suppose it depends on what you're asking. If it's no identity for a wanted assassin, that might be hard to swing, but your friend who needs a new start to life, I might be able to introduce you to someone.
That would be absolutely lovely, Mr. Beckett. I will have to take you up on that tomorrow, and of course, there will be a finder's fee for that I will graciously pay out of my personal coffers.
Much appreciated. Now, I've heard I've been downgraded to a friend of a friend, is that right?
He looks at you and gives a half smile. Would you consider us friends, Mr. Beckett?
At least old associates.
No. But I would, at this point, consider you a friend of Mr. Howard. And Mr. Howard is a friend of mine. We are associates, but you are also a friend of a friend.
There's a glance back at the way Mr. Howard went off. Maybe a extremely brief look of skepticism, but Lawrence doesn't question that line further. Well, I suppose there's not much more catching up needs to be done for the now. I will see you in the morning. Mr. Wallace, Mr. Frock.
Mr. Beckett, as much of a menace as you can be, at this point he holds out a hand to shake yours.
Sure.
You are ever the consummate professional, and I appreciate every time we have worked together.
Fucking Lawrence goes to shake Mr. Frock's hand as well.
Yeah, Frey will shake Lawrence's hand.
Like I said, have a good evening, both of you. He'll head on out.
Well, I guess I'll see you in the morning then.
We will be there.
And Frey will head out as well and start making his way to the Guarantines.
As you start to walk down the street off the docks, you hear Wallace call back. And Mr. Varrock, do keep an eye behind you. You never know who's going to be watching, especially if this leak is not yours.
Frey'll turn, looking back at him, and...
He doesn't say anything. He is already turning down a different street.
Alright! Yeah, okay, Frey will head to the Guarantines. Definitely a little shaken over everything that just happened.
You guys did a lot of fucky fuck there.
I'll be honest, I don't think lying was the play there.
If Barry had rolled better, it would have been totally fine. He's good at lying. Usually.
Yeah, that was
a very low roll for me.
Especially trying to lie to Wallace. That's a hell of a time to have a bad roll. Oh boy. I was pulling for a higher intuit. There was some stuff I wanted to say there. But alas. Mira, as you and Roland are cleaning up the foyer and kitchen, Garrett, Strieg, and Samar you guys make your way where you can see I guess for Garrett and Strieg especially, this weird thing where unloading all of the things from the wagon being pulled by Henrietta and joking around, having a great time, Mr. William Abney and Magnus Guaranteed.
Oh, I see the two of you have been introduced. Do you still need help unloading the wagon?
And he comes up and gives you like a big one-armed bear hug. You can see, as before, while not quite sticky, most of it is drying now. Like, he is still covered in paint. Oh, Miss Mira was here, and she's in Sword now, and she said, I thought that you wouldn't come, and I was really sad about that, but then she said you did, but someone didn't, but she didn't tell me who. It was kind of horrible, but, you know, you're here, and that's good. But how's everything with your wife, Mr. Garrett?
Very good. She's doing a lot better.
Well, better, that's good. Oh, man, it was scary what all you said, but... I thought for sure you'd be staying around after all that. You coming back here, huh?
Yeah, there's been some things going on that have led us back this way.
He kind of narrows his eyes. You're gonna have to tell me about that, but not now. Me and he motions to Abney. Me and Bill here. We got more unloading to do. Can you believe that that's a Vicanian issue? Look, high quality. That Albert he has never seen combat. It's perfectly sharp as the day it was made. You could if you ran your thumb on it, you cut your damn thumb off.
Yeah, it's good shit.
Oh yeah, he used to. You know, when I was a kid, I used to tell Miss Mira about how the Ducal guard, the one, of course you know, they at this point, like, he gets kind of distracted and like sees Strieg, and immediately just trails off and runs and like starts to, and then stops like 2 steps away, like ready to hug you, Streak.
Streak is like doing that wince thing where you have like one eye closed and you're leaning back.
Oh, well,
I'd prefer you didn't.
he kind of like just puts an arm around you and just pats your shoulder.
Thank you.
And who the fuck are you?
A little rude.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look, it's been a lot. I mean, I still don't see. Wait. He kind of like looks you up and down. You seem nice. I wasn't. Miss Mira said that you guys kind of, it was last minute, and I just want to know what's going on. Where's Fry and Rowan? I mean, I'm sure they're gonna be around shortly. I've been worried about them and everything that's been happening, and it's just been so much. I'm kidding. My name's Magnus Garantine, the temporary patriarch of the Garantine estate until my father gets back.
It's nice to meet you. My name is Inez.
Inez. Oh yeah. That's a name. I've never met an Inez before.
Well, now you have.
Now I have. So you working with the rest of them, man? And at this point, Abney comes over and just, come on, love. Work with is, you see. And kind of like pauses and like looks at you and like goes, and then immediately like you can see he like was about to say your name and then like bites his tongue.
I'm like just sort of like giving him a wide-eyed look, like be cool.
You know what, love? How about instead of all this, we just have a moment where we and he at this point. You like Vicanio. Let's get out of the way. Let's let him have a minute. And after Magnus like, all right, we'll go do that. We'll let them have a minute to get settled in, and then we'll hear this story. And kind of pauses, and then he kind of like turns. We're fucking Rowan and Fry. Miss Mira said you all were gonna be along, but you're taking so long.
I mean, I glance at the others and defer to them. It feels like I'm probably not the person who should break any news here.
Streak just looks down and kind of scuffs the ground with his foot.
Oh no. And immediately, like, you can see him beginning to tear up. No, Fry.
No. Frey is fine. Frey's going for a walk.
Oh. So what are they?
They're. I don't know. Frey left the bar we were at and going for a walk, but Rohan did pass away.
Oh. He's no longer like nearly at tears hearing that. Sorry,
Yeah.
Jeez, thanks.
Well, he didn't have a crush on Rohan, so.
But he definitely like shook it up and. Well, look. I'm sure. And for the first time since you've really met him, he doesn't have words. And after a moment, he just kind of like, I need to go. I need to go. And he just walks away and starts going over to pet Henrietta.
Would Mira have taught the children about death?
I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. You know, kids have like pets and things. She probably tried.
Magnus like gets into fights. I imagine he's familiar. He tried to join the army.
I don't know about that.
Tried is a way to describe it. So with that, you guys make your way inside, where you can see Mira and Roland covered in paint, cleaning up this explosion of a house that looks like someone just kind of took watercolors, threw them in a bucket, and started sloshing them everywhere.
I think it is fairly apparent that Mira is, like, stress cleaning. Oh, hello.
Okay. Hi. I would like to establish that I have been filling Mira in on, like, who we've met and, like, just sort of big picture stuff that Lawrence has been telling us about himself. Just sort of like, oh, we met a guy, the, like, person who Wallace said this to
We
me.
met Captain Wallace's best friend. He kind of seemed nice, though.
Yeah, he
He
kind
seemed
of weird
normal.
because he won't take off his sunglasses. Yeah, but
Mostly normal.
he seems.
You're really hung up on these
This phrase.
sunglasses.
Yes. It's not a normal person thing to do.
It's not that weird.
You could have just asked him.
I mean, if there was a good reason, it's a little rude, maybe. I don't mind being rude, but I would like to avoid it if I can, I guess.
I mean, I'll give him a look when we meet him again. I mean, if you know what I mean.
That would be great.
Mira just kind of like
Well,
shrugs vaguely. She looks very stressed.
Are you good?
I just. So, wait, who is here? The important people to not be here are Frey, Magnus, and Abney. They're not here,
three
right?
are not here. Magnus and Abney are outside, and Frey is currently dealing with the Wallace thing.
I just don't really, understand very much about the whole, romance thing. I don't know what to say.
why would you need to say anything about romance?
What romance thing?
Magnus. Magnus really liked Frey. Likes Frey,
Oh,
I think.
that would explain the crying.
What? What? What did he cry
There was
for?
a moment where we may have implied that Frey died because we were trying to avoid saying that Rohan died, I guess.
Oh,
Your old friend.
I ruined. I should have just told him.
Well, we let him know.
I should
And
have.
by we,
I
I
should have
mean-
been me. I should have said something.
It's okay. You're stressed, clearly.
I'm glad we're off that ship.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, there's some stuff going on with Wallace. I don't know about him.
He's a bad man. I don't think we should trust him.
Yeah, I mean, I've been told that we're not trusting him.
Okay,
So
good.
I will. I guess to the extent that anyone is trusting him, we're not the ones you have to convince. So hopefully,
okay.
when Frey gets here, we can learn more.
I love that I did a big sigh, but she doesn't have to breathe, so that's probably just like a habit she's picked up from other people.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I guess let's just try to settle in.
Yeah. Does anyone know where Frey is?
I mean, I wouldn't any more than you all would.
I mean, he knows this is where we stay. He should probably come here once he's done walking.
Okay.
Worried. Mira is so worried right now about everyone.
See, this is why he needed to let me add him to the telephone plan.
Alice might be getting married. Samar, I didn't tell you. Mira probably would have said. I don't know if there would have been time. I think she would not have wanted to talk about the Garantines on the ship, and I don't know if there would have been time for her to say anything to Summer about them.
Probably just a basic explanation as she was splitting off then.
The youngest, Alice. I think Magnus said something about maybe she's getting married. How exciting. she says that like she is trying to convince herself to move on from, stressful topics.
Yeah. How do you know the Garantines?
Well, I was a maid here for about 11 years ago. Hold on, let me make sure that I'm not saying the wrong thing accidentally. I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling, I'm sorry. Yeah. What year is it?
It's just turned 1657.
Oh, maybe 15? Was it 15 years ago now?
Oh. How old were you then?
Somewhere between 11 and 15. Oh, you know,
Okay. Right. Okay. I think someone like sort of understand, just like, oh yeah, okay. Understood.
I'm older than I look.
Sure.
That I guess if nobody else
I mean,
has anything specific to talk about, she would just like fill in Summer about like, oh, this is the family, this is their dad and the mom and the 4 children, and I could be more specific if you need me to, but
you want to just give the overview of how Mira would explain it for William's sake?
Sure. The overview is that the father works for Sacred Blade Industries. He's away right now, or was when we last left them. The mom went with him. Magnus is the oldest. He's very big and sweet. then I think the oldest daughter was away, like she ran away with her girlfriend or something. Is that correct?
Judith, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I'll write the names in the chat for William, and then the next youngest is Chester. I believe he was going to school. He was still here when we were here. And then the youngest is Alice. I believe right now she would be... What year did you say it was? 52?
57. So she's like just turned 18.
Yeah, so she's the youngest. She likes art, and maybe she is getting married. And was dating her art tutor, question mark? I'll write down all the names.
Is the question mark about the art tutor or about the dating versus just seeing?
Yeah, the dating. Mira doesn't know anything about romance.
Quite young to get married, but I mean, I guess good for her.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to talking to her again, seeing what she's been up to.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you go over the basics, kind of explain what's going on to Samar. Samar in character and William out of character.
Yes.
And you finish up, and after maybe another, half hour of cleaning, Magnus finally getting himself together enough that, like, he's back to helping carry stuff in, so you guys have all your belongings organized, and he's kind of, like, explaining to, actually, so after he got everything essentially loaded into the foyer, he then will have grabbed you, Samar, and, like, taken you and Abney, and essentially, as he's putting everything away, been, like, doing a full tour of the house. This is the other bathroom. We don't really use it, and sometimes there's spiders in here, but they're okay. They kind of stay out of the way, and so I don't really mind it because it means we see less bugs when we see bugs, because I think spiders eat bugs. It's weird that bugs eat bugs,
Okay.
but I mean, I guess animals eat animals, so it's the same thing, right? And here, so
I suppose that makes sense.
this closet here, he completely talks over you. This closet here, this one,
That's great.
this closet here, it's got a lot of extra sheets and pillows and blankets and things like that. Some of them are not dirty, but and he like pulls out a couple, and you can see that it looks like they have a lot of paint stains on them. They're clean, but they're kind of stained now. They're nice though. They're comfortable, and at this point, he like shoves one at each of you. Feel it. They're soft, and well, these sheets are silken. So if you ever like need new sheets, you can just come and get them here. And he just kind of keeps doing this, stopping at every little thing. And here you can see outside this window. There's this little windowsill, and there's this pot. And so something that me and my dad did years ago. We went out there and we used a big ladder, and we had nailed this ledge on, and then the pot kept falling and breaking, and it was one of our mom's favorite little plants, so we ended up nailing the pot onto the ledge, and now it doesn't when it gets windy, and we like to, but unfortunately, and he at this point goes to open like the left one, and you can see where it's hitting. We didn't measure it right, so it's a little too close, so you can only open the one window, not both, because when they swing out, this one just hits it. And he does this level of detail and explanation for everything in the house.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate it. I'm happy to let somebody else do all the talking.
So Magnus,
I feel like I probably just started like very vaguely trying to get like more information about the his family and stuff. Not anything specific, just kind of like oh, tell me about like your sister and who she's dating and like she's getting married. That's so interesting, you know, whatever.
Oh yeah,
So-
I mean and he kind of like starts to go into it and then immediately gets distracted by something else he has to explain, and keeping him on a single topic when he seems really excited, and like a lot of it is he also like explains like how clean everything is, which it's really not, but he seems really proud of it.
Yeah.
And reading between the lines, you gather this huge estate he has been the only one consistently living in for like more than a month. So he's been taking care of the whole thing himself, and he seems really proud of that.
I mean, good for him, you know? We all start somewhere, I guess.
He's trying. So Magnus,
Oh, Garrett, what is it? I mean, look, we still have this whole way to do, and you know what? We haven't even gotten to the second and third floors yet. We still got so much more to do. Garrett, do you want to come with us?
sure, I'll go on a tour with you guys.
All right,
but,
great, because I'm sure there's some stuff I didn't tell you. I mean, you were only here for so long, and maybe you can take something back. Oh,
Actually, I got a question for you though.
okay.
Last time we were here, Rohan and I gave you a
I was just going to say,
pillow.
I remember that. Yeah, it's come on, and he like pulls you guys upstairs to I love it. It helps me sleep so well. I love it so much.
It helps you sleep well, really? Okay,
I love it. Yeah, it's
I'm
on
glad
my
that it
bed
helps
right
you.
now.
You know what? Why don't we go and you can
No, we'll
can
go
show-
back to the tour. And he like grabs, and at this point, like again, overpowering personality. The three of you are now going on a tour to his bedroom.
yeah, we can show Samar that pillow. They haven't seen it yet. It's a very interesting pillow.
Yeah,
Samar.
that's... you too, Mr. Abney. You haven't seen a pillow. Let me tell you, you will never get a better night's sleep in your life than with this pillow. And the fact that Rowan and the rest of them didn't like it, I think they're fucking insane.
Okay. I'm curious to see if I will like it or not.
And
The fact that nobody else does is not a good sign.
you get up to what you presume is his bedroom, and you can see that there is, like, immediately after coming in, there are two like full-size mannequins with sets of Soldiers of the Blue armor on them in his bedroom. One seems
you-
fancier than the other. Did you ask something?
Yeah, I said, oh, are you in the Soldiers of the Blue?
Oh yeah, except I was part of that kind of initial Halloween class. You know, there's. I mean, look. He kind of like looks to Garrett. I'm like, Rowan and Garrett, Miss Mira and Russell, even Frey. And like you could see, like as he says that, like he gets like a little embarrassed as cheeks go flush. They all say it was like dangerous, but I said maybe I can, you know, be on the inside. I can find out what's going on. But it turns out they're really nice. They don't really send me on deployment because they say I'm better here. But I'm hoping. I mean, I've been training a lot, and I'm hoping they'll send me on deployment sometime. But the other thing I'm worried about is who's going to be taking care of my the estate while I'm gone. I guess it would have to be. And this continues for about 10 minutes before he finally catches himself. Goes, oh yeah, the pillow, and he goes over to his bed, grabs it, and just shoves it into your arms, Samar.
Okay, I think Samar is like, wait, we're finally talking about something I need to know about, but like, okay, fine, I will humor you. I guess like sticks the pillow up to their head.
Yes, there's no way. You're there's nothing that's gonna stop it. And it just keeps going, like it's whispering into your very brain.
I think I like pull it away and just like sort of give Magnus like a raised eyebrow, just kind of like not even saying anything, just kind of like confused.
he has the biggest smile on his face. I'll get it. I mean, I
Is this a
guess
prank?
it's just... No, I mean, no. Mr. Rowan, before he died, I guess, gave it to me. I think he loved it as well, and it was really hard for him to give it up because it helped him too. So, don't speak ill of the dead, Samar.
I've never met him. I couldn't possibly, but you know, I don't think it's for me. How about that? I prefer to sleep in quiet or maybe nice sounds.
Oh,
And this doesn't really feel like a
if I
nice
could,
sound to me.
if I was rich enough to hire a bard, I would have like a full band that plays while I'm sleeping to help me sleep better.
Okay, I'm glad that you like the pillow then.
He
like,
then
hand it back to
he
him,
then
just kinda-
shoves it to, like, after you hand it back, he shoves it to Abney, who like very nervously puts his ear up to it and immediately just and, like they awkwardly stare at each other, and he slowly hands it back, and Magnus just, oh, see, it's just more pillow for me. And Abney just, go on, love, you don't really use that to, you're just having a go with us, then. He just, no, I really, I wish Mr. Rowan was still here. He would understand. He would explain to you how great it is to sleep on, because he loved it too.
Aw.
I think I like glance at Garrett like, is that true?
I mean, I didn't really listen to whatever it was whispering or anything like that. We kind of gave it to we gave this pillow to Magnus to play a prank on his younger brother, because his younger brother's kind of a dick. I whisper that last part.
Oh, you
I
can
think, like,
say
Summer
it.
kinda,
He,
like-
Chester's kind of a dick. It's understandable.
All right, yeah, Chester's kind of a dick.
Well, that's why we
Interesting.
love
Well,
him.
then
That's what
I-
Miss Mira says. Miss
But,
Mira never
you
told
know,
me
I
this,
can
but
definitely.
he like leans in
Useful
close,
for
and
him.
Miss Mira never really told me this, but I think what she meant when she would, when we was kids, would get in fights, like, she always said, don't punch your little brother, but I think what she meant is don't punch him when he's not being a dick. At least that's what I took away from it.
And how much of the time is he being a dick?
Most of the time. I would say
Okay, so
most of the time it's okay. You can
You
too
all-
if you want.
You also don't punch him as hard as you would punch like some random dude at the bar. Just like, he's your brother. You can't
No, most of the
knock
time
his block off.
Most of the time I just, and he motions like he's doing a headlock. I'll just kind of grab his head in here until he passes out. It works a lot better, and there's no bruising. So, Mom wouldn't get mad. And Miss Mira wouldn't get mad either. And I would tell him if he told anybody, then I'd do it again. But we got along after that for a while. Then he became a dick again. He's getting better now, though.
that's good.
Oh, back to, and he immediately just like drags you guys out of the room, and you're stuck on the tour, leaving Mira
Great.
and Strieg. Yeah, you fucking Dave, you made a mistake going into the fucking Magnus vortex here.
I'm fine with it.
So Mira, as you and Roland continue cleaning, Strieg is down there as well, when finally Frey arrives.
Actually, I would like to do something
Oh.
else before coming
Oh,
back.
of course! Of course! Oh.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, so first, what time of night is it at this point?
Like 11 o'clock.
Okay. So I assume we still have like late night, like cat bars and stuff are still hopping.
Oh, yeah. Bars are
Okay.
pretty good.
Okay.
At least the
So-
ones on the docks are. The ones inland are a little bit more subdued.
Okay. Well, Wallace did say that he thought someone had informed who was it, the dockmaster of New Brennan?
Yes, he was like the dockmaster customs somebody.
Okay.
He didn't get an exact
Okay.
name, just that, you know, a couple of Sacred Blade officers showed up and were like, hey. And, yeah.
So Frey is going to do two things. First, he is going to try and find a courier to send a message up to the rest of the group at the Guaranteed Estate.
I don't know that you can find a courier at 11 o'clock at night. Like, you could pay a dude, you could
Can you
find a dude
fi-
and pay him and hope that he makes it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that then.
All right, how much are you willing to pay a random guy on the street to go deliver a letter?
I will give him I'll give him a silver,
Okay.
and I'll say once you bring it, just let them know. Actually, here I'll add it onto the note that you'll get another 2 silver upon delivery, and he'll add that to the note as well.
All right. And I assume you will be letting them know what the letter says.
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just give me a charisma convince.
Okay.
Pull the first guy who looks semi-sober off the street and be like, hey, I'm going to give you like 20 bucks. Can you go deliver this?
There we go. 14.
There, that's what you were looking for earlier. All right. You pull somebody and they head off with a bit of a you got it and make their way towards the Guaranteed Estate.
All right. And then the second thing Frey is gonna do is he is gonna start making the rounds at the various like bars and stuff at the dock, talking to like the sailors, the dock workers, like obviously like not being super obvious about it, trying to work his way into conversation, bring up hey, I heard that that some big shot got pulled off the docks today. There was a big reward or something too, and basically he's gonna try and see if he can get any information about anyone who like might have witnessed this happen or might have like
Okay.
been there when like that message was delivered to whoever. He basically wants to confirm that there was somebody.
Okay. Yeah, give me a charisma connect. Let's see if you can find anybody who knows anybody.
All right.
How many layers deep can you Wallace this?
10.
Damn. Okay, well. You spend a little while asking around, like looking for, people who are still in uniform, sailors, kind of, You're like, oh, these people look like they've spent the last 8 hours unloading stuff off of ships. One of them probably knows a customs agent. These people look like Sacred Blade enforcers. One of them probably knows a dockmaster or something. And you schmooze for a little while before eventually someone goes, yeah, I heard about that. There were, probably half a dozen people. They had the captain of the shitty little ship at, like, gunpoint. It was crazy. Brought out the big shackles and everything.
That certainly sounds exciting.
Yeah, no idea who got the initial tip, but no, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that shit. There's gotta be a lot of people in that office down there on the docks, and kind of motions further. Gotta be fighting over the reward. We all know it'll go to Sacred Blade, though. Find his feel that. Rolls his eyes.
Certainly seems a waste.
Just gives a nod. A waste indeed, but that is the job that we live in. Kind of rolls his eyes.
Well, for a job well done, how about I buy you another drink?
You know what? I should probably be getting out of here, honestly. It's getting late and... Well, tomorrow always calls. Pat you on the back, but I appreciate the good conversation and everything.
And thank you. Safe travels home.
Holds the beer up, finishes it, slams the tankard down, pats you on the back again, and stumbles out of the bar.
And Frey will leave his own, mostly full, drink on the table because he is not getting drunk tonight. And he is gonna go down where the guy indicated and check out the place where all the people are fighting over that reward.
All right. So you make your way to the Sacred Blade office, which on the Sacred Blade office in the harbor, you can see that outside there are about a half dozen soldiers of the Blue Guards.
Alright, so Frey's gonna, like, lift his hand and say, good evening, hope it's not too late.
Little bit. What are you looking for today? You need something?
Oh, well, I heard at least, there's a thing or two about a reward for a most wanted fellow.
Don't know nothing about no rewards. Don't know nothing about nobody wanted. Do you know that we're about a day's vote away from the guilds implementing a curfew, so you should probably be a little bit more careful about where you're wandering at night.
Oh, certainly good to know. But thankfully it's a day away, so tonight it's still free.
The guard does not look impressed by your veritable optimism at this.
Well, I was really just hoping for a bit of insight into how it happened, and I heard that there's a veritable fight going on about who should get the. I'm not interested in it myself, you see.
There is an annoyed look on all of their faces at you butting in at weird business. And they kind of like look at you, and the scene's not gonna be over anytime soon, so we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Alrighty, so yes, the guards kind of give you this strange look, and Frey, if you would give me a charisma convince.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. As much as I love running the game and my dog, I don't love my dog screaming in the background of me running the game. So
can't do that.
Alright, I rolled a 10.
Another lovely 10. The consistency is certainly back. They kind of look at each other, and finally a different one steps forward and just... I'm sorry, so what exactly is it that you are... What exactly are you... What? Explain this to me. You want to... Be slow, because I feel very stupid right now. You, and like looking at you, Frey, like not condescendingly, but definitely like a combination of annoyed and desperately trying to understand what the fuck. They like, you are coming to a Sacred Blade office in the middle of the night In order to... I just want to make sure I understand.
I've explained myself poorly.
Incredibly so.
My name is Darian, and I am associated with the Fortuna Soul Times, and I just thought this would be a wonderful story about some villain caught
we do
by
have
your brave individuals.
We do have someone at our office that handles all of those reports and stories. That the office will be open at sunrise tomorrow, and you can go and wait with the rest of them. Mr. Darian.
You don't have just a little bit, just, to get into the next release sooner than anybody else.
What do you want exactly?
I'd like to know where the tip came from. Considering this, from what I've heard, he came from far away. Caught him getting off a ship on the docks. That doesn't go through the normal passages.
Well, for security reasons, I'm not going to say who gave the tip. Just that there were a couple of rumors floating around that there was someone coming in. That was during the evening shift change. A couple of the guards were coming in. We had a couple other enforcers going out. They were discussing it, and someone mentioned a ship that had just been ready to arrive. Had just arrived. I'm not sure the specifics. And they believed it was on there. We sent a couple of people to investigate, and when they confirmed that there was a gentleman by that description, through information that we were given, that he was a wanted man by Vicania, well, we didn't know for sure till we brought him back and saw compared to the poster.
What poster?
The ones that Vicania sent out. They believed that he had escaped their borders and were offering a good amount of coin to whoever was able to bring him back. And one of our soldiers, one of our enforcers, believed him to be on a ship, a fishing vessel that was returning, was owned by Captain Wallace. Now, Captain Asher Wallace has been an upstanding member, and from what we have gathered, while we are not going to, at this point, a pause, nothing regarding this is getting reported outside of the fact that we were able to get a tip, correct?
Correct. Certainly no names or anything of the sort.
But Captain Asher Wallace has been nothing but an upstanding citizen, and after a prolonged interview, we do believe that he was not privy to this individual's abilities and may have been coerced, along with a number of other individuals who he was helping after some sort of... He kind of, like, narrows his eyes. There were people from a nearby town that wanted to go fishing, a village, something. We do not have the specifics on that. And he picked up this Mr. McBrennan along with them. He was not aware. Now, let me make this very clear. It was not Sacred Blade Enforcers officially that did it. It was the Soldiers of the Blue acting as Sacred Blade Enforcers. That you can print.
Understood. Soldiers of the Blue. I may have if I may ask just one more question. The poster that you received, when did you receive those?
I do not know the specifics, but it was days ago, perhaps as much as weeks. He has been one of a number of interested, dangerous individuals that we have posters for in most of our main offices. And while Sacred Blade Industries has had their problems of late, the Soldiers of the Blue have been able to once again step up and handle things. And we will be sending him back to Vicania to see justice.
Of course.
Now, is there anything else, Mr. Darien?
Looking at this guard, does he seem like absolutely out of patience?
Yes, you walked up and started trying to harass them at, like, midnight.
Frey will say, no, I believe that you have satisfied my curiosity. Thank you so much for your time and your service.
Like I said, feel free to report that while Sacred Blade has had their issues with the new infusion of assistance from Soldiers of the Blue, things are looking up. And Vreeland is safer than ever, and we have taken one more would-be assassin off of the streets.
Of course, we'll make sure to get down every detail. Question, as Frey, kind of, studying the guard as he's speaking, does it seem like he is saying that in a way where he's trying to, does it seem like he wants to say what he's saying about the Soldiers of the Blue?
Give me a wisdom into it.
Okay. Nine.
You mentioned that you are with the news. The Soldiers of the Blue really, really like good press, as you well know. He wanted to make it very clear that it was the Soldiers of the Blue who did this.
Okay.
There is no anything else on that.
All right. Frey he'll take a step back and thank you again for your time, and I do apologize for the late hour. This is the last you'll see of me tonight. But perhaps tomorrow morning, with all the others.
They give a nod, and as you leave, you can hear them, bemoaning your name and how annoying you were.
All right. And I guess with that, Frey will start making his way back to the guarantee.
So, as the rest of you are settling down, it is shortly after midnight that Mira, Roland, and Strieg, being downstairs, all of you see Frey finally arriving. Frey, you see Henrietta out front, unhooked from the wagon. She's grazing, eating through the very nicely cut lawn.
Did they receive the note?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, they would have. I'm sorry. What would the note have said?
So the note has said, don't be too concerned, but Wallace is watching the estate. I'm following up some questions. I'll be back later tonight. Don't wake up. So P.S. I would very much appreciate if somebody could draw me a bath. Frey.
Oh.
Yes, give this guy 2 more silver.
Yes, and give this guy 2 silver.
So yeah, that would have went to Mira. Would have been the one downstairs who would have answered the door there. So would she have paid him the 2 silver?
Let me look at my. I don't have my character sheet open. I'm pretty sure I have it. Where? I don't have any silver. I will go fetch someone who has silver.
All right, so no problem. You can break a gold into 10 silver.
Okay.
There's change around
sure.
the house, so you'd
Sure.
be able to. So
Floors lined
2?
with silvers.
yeah, 2 silver. And yeah. Yeah, about an hour after that arrives, if any of you would still be up, I imagine.
I don't sleep, bitch.
Yeah. So.
I'm sorry for being rude.
So rude. God.
Otherwise, yeah, you guys. If anyone else was going to be heading to bed early, Abney will be staying up and continuing the extended tour with Magnus. I don't know if he mentions just being too worried and exhausted to sleep. Yeah. Anyone else staying up?
I would fix Frey's bath because I am a nice and generous friend.
All right. And otherwise,
think
Roland would be staying up for as long as he can to help clean.
Aw. He doesn't have to.
I think I would.
But thank you.
I'm probably not helping clean, but I would stay up so that I could. 'Cause, I mean, I feel like actually Wallace is watching the estate is not like put me at ease about him, so I think I'm probably waiting up to see if Frey gets back.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Yes,
Mira
Streak
is
is
not
now
happy
in
about
his
that.
paranoia mode.
Yeah. Oh my god, Streak's back to looking out the fucking things at the nearby houses.
You sure bet your ass he is.
Oh.
Streak is back on high alert.
Poor Streak cannot relax at the
PTSD full
guarantees.
blast.
Oh, so yeah.
I feel like this place is
Frey,
like
you.
home base for. It's like all back here.
So eventually, Frey, you do get back. It's decently after midnight, and no one's asleep.
Yeah. So Frey will, you know what? Frey does not live here. He's gonna knock at the door.
I open the door.
Dress, nice new dress covered in stains of paint.
Oh, I should write that down in my fucking inventory.
He looks you up and down a moment, Mira, just eyebrow raised, and what happened to you?
Well, I think Alice is going to get married, and Magnus wanted to paint something for her, and come in. Come in. She just, like, looks around the street behind him, like paranoid. I drew you a bath.
Oh, thank you so much. I've desperately needed one for about a week now. But
Oh, you've been all right.
yeah, I'm fine.
I feel like I'm very, very worried about everyone. I don't know if I should be.
Well, there might have been a bit of concern. Is anybody still up?
Maybe everybody?
We can wait till morning.
I think everybody.
Right. Well, let's have a sit down then.
I will fetch the squad.
Magnus stopping his extended tour, which Garrett, if you were still hanging out and up, he would have no
Yeah, I
problem
would've
dragging
hung
you
out.
along with Abney and Samar. And he stops it immediately upon hearing and flies back down the stairs from where he was telling a riveting story about how his father had won a rug in a card game about a decade ago. It would be readily obvious he was making up all the details because he had no idea how any other story besides that about the rug. But he is doing his best to make the Guaranteed Estate seem magical and incredible. But he comes running down the stairs towards Frey. And Frey, you see the barreling visage of Magnus, who has not cleaned up and is still covered in dried paint at this point, immediately running to give you a big hug.
He braces himself and accepts it.
He gives a huge
Really, it's
hug
not
and just...
surprising.
Oh, sorry. I thought... Oh, I'm so sorry about what happened with Rowan, and everything just seems so horrid. But you're back. You're back.
I am.
Me and your friend Abney, we've been. I've been showing him all about the estate and everything. Oh, he's nice. It's fun, and some other they're cool. Like, they don't talk a lot. It's kind of weird. Sometimes they just kind of look at me while I'm talking, and I think that they think that I'm crazy, but I'm not actually sure. Sometimes I think that they really want me to shut up, but I really don't like doing that either. So I just don't.
I think Samar kind of looks at everybody that way. But it's good to see you again, Magnus. And it has been a tough time.
And as he kind of like falls back, Abney comes over and like comes and gives you a big hug as well, and like immediately just like goes to kiss you and is like, "You okay, love?"
Okay. Frey will keep it a very short-paced kiss. Definitely, taking a moment, glancing over at Magnus. How is he looking?
All of the color has drained from his face. His eyes are wide, and he looks small for the first time in his life.
Okay. Frey will... I'm okay. I'm sorry I made you worry. Any of you worry.
That's all right. Honestly, I've had a rough day. I need to clean up and get to bed anyway. I got, and he heads upstairs to the bath that Mira had drawn for Frey.
Aw.
Okay. Frey will. Good night.
He doesn't say anything.
Okay. He'll look back at William. Well.
What's wrong? What was? Oh no.
A little awkward. But
Oh no. Oh love, he didn't. Oh no.
he had a bit of a crush on me when we were last here. I am sorry that he had to find out like that. It's not your fault, of course. You didn't know.
Well, come on, love. We can, well, I'm sure he seems like a stand-up lad. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure you're right, and I'll try and talk to him tomorrow. For now, as much as I'd like to turn in for the night, I think we do have a bit more to cover. And yeah, Frey will, join everyone as we're gathering in whatever room.
Yeah, the lovely big-ass guaranteed living room with a nice fire going. As you begin to go over everything you've discovered. The meeting with Wallace, all that. Anything specific you want to go over here, or is it just a lore dump?
I think it'll basically just be a lore dump. And Frey will...
Get some highlights.
And Frey will emphasize that he does not for a moment think that anybody here talked to anybody about McBrennan, but the worry is that Wallace thinks that.
And when Frey is saying this, can I just glance around, make sure that nobody is like shifting awkwardly?
So what was the exact wording? Like, I'm not going to, but I just wanted to make sure.
Frey basically said, that I don't believe anybody here talked to anybody about McBrennan, but the worry is that Captain Wallace does. And
I don't
particularly
know why anybody would say anything. Like, is there a reason someone would? She kind of also looks around confused.
Well, he's convinced that the leak could very well have come from the ship. And we were the only ones there who could actually communicate with anybody.
Real quick, so just in case you guys listen back, I did roll a hidden charisma convince for everyone in the party except Samar, because Samar's the one who's now going to do a hidden wisdom into it, please. A blind GM roll. See if anyone looks shifty to you. Interesting.
I mean, you could just ask Mira and she'll tell you the fucking truth, but I mean, I guess Summer doesn't know that 100%.
Would we know if we look shifty?
What?
Would we know if we look shifty?
That is completely dependent on the charisma convinces. I will PM anyone who may be around and tell them anything they may need to know. This got so much worse when you guys actually considered that maybe one of you did it. Oh.
I'm not considering it.
How
I don't think anyone did.
I didn't tell anyone. I was around people the whole time.
Did we do it without knowing we did it? I'm confused.
I think don't let this motherfucker gaslight you. Fuck you, Robert.
It's real easy to fucking... I'm just saying, it's real easy to sleight of hand a tip to a guard while you're out. There are a lot of ways to do it.
Lies come so easily
actually,
to your forked tongue.
If anyone... Is there anyone else who's going to be paranoid and wants to do a wisdom into it to read the rest of the group?
No.
No.
Not me, at least.
All right. If anyone else said it, then I would have to have Samar also roll a hidden charisma convince. But since no one else is...
I don't even know, because I did a blind GM roll, so I don't even know what I rolled on into it. So
no, you should.
Whatever you tell me is...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will tell you if anything relevant comes up, and I have PM'd anyone who may need to know anything, that they can act on that information as they see fit if they got a PM regarding anything they may have done.
Okay.
Mira trusts you all implicitly.
All right.
Maybe not Summer yet, but
I thought it was your best friend.
I mean, yes. My new best friend.
Yeah, no, fuck it. I am gonna roll on Summer.
Oh, there it is. All right. Let me go ahead and get.
I really dug myself talking. That's hilarious.
Summer needs a hidden charisma convince. Let me go ahead and roll that really quick. All right. Strieg, please give me a blind GM wisdom intuit.
Actually, I changed my mind. Can I do it too?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I might or might not have to do some copy pasting of information to other people now.
I wait with bated breath.
We're all just sitting there silently staring at each other.
Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my god! Counting Magnus, there's 8 of you. It's the fucking hateful 8.
Shut up.
Oh.
It's like this vibes, you know?
Oh.
Like, I don't think anyone here did it, but also, like, I mean, Summer has been here for, I think, like, 4 days or whatever, so.
What?
I mean, I guess a week, because we were on the ship for a week.
Yeah, you were on the ship for a week alone. It's been more, and then you were on travel. It's been a few weeks now.
Yeah.
Close to a month, I think.
But I mean, with the whole party?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Okay, fair enough.
All right, so as you guys all converse and begin to read each other, I will send anyone any information that they may need, but we will act on that as you see fit. Otherwise, the conversation of Frey going over everything continues. Are there any more specifics you guys want to go over at this moment?
I mean, I guess Mir would just, like, say that, you know, I was with Roland and Abney, and we came here, and I didn't see anybody do anything, so that's what she has. Also, she would say that she didn't say anything.
I don't think anybody here did it, but Mr. Beckett did admit that he never met you, Mira, so he wasn't able to vouch for you like he was with the rest of us.
She kind of shrugs. It's not like I have a grudge against him or anything. I mean, after we knew that it wasn't him who killed those people, I mean, he did kill other people, but I guess I could see how you could see it that way, but
Did we
Yeah,
talk about Ozzy when we were in the bar?
oh, did we?
Could someone have overheard us?
I
I don't think we talked about him.
don't
don't think
remember
so.
having talked about him.
I think the only thing I said was I've met maybe the most dangerous person I've met, or the worst person I've met, like, in my life or whatever, and he told me that Wallace is dangerous or whatever.
Yes, I do remember you saying that.
Yeah, I don't think we
But you
said
didn't, like,
anything
name
other than
drop
that.
him or anything.
Yeah, I
Not as far as
don't-
I can remember.
don't remember having said anything specifically either.
Is there any chance that there's... Wait, did we talk about him in the ship shop or whatever? I don't think so, right? I mean, if we didn't at the bar, I don't imagine we would have there, but...
I mean, it sounded like the tip came before the boat was even here, right? Didn't they say that, like, they knew a boat was coming?
They said coming or just arrived or something. The person you talked to obviously didn't have all... that Frey talked to didn't have all the detail.
I don't have an exact timeline, but it certainly seemed like... It certainly seems as if the tip came very quickly, either immediately or just before we arrived.
I mean, assuming that Wallace is telling the truth about everything, which, I mean, it's clear that I don't necessarily believe that, but assuming he is, my guess would be that McBrennan turned himself in somehow. I don't know how he got the tip out, but I would imagine that that's what he did, because he was pretty clear that he would rather die than be working with Wallace, so this feels like kind of an easy calculation for him.
I suppose it depends on how easily he believes he could escape the Sacred Blade authorities.
I mean, I don't know. Even if he couldn't, I feel like he might be okay with that in comparison.
That
But
does
I
give
don't
us
know.
a way out, though,
I mean,
regardless of whether or not he actually did it, because that doesn't matter. The issue is that Wallace believes one of us did it, and we don't want that. So, McBrennan is an
Right.
easy person to blame.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if... Well, McBrennan was with Wallace, though. So I would have to imagine that maybe Wallace will think that McBrennan couldn't have done anything because Wallace would have known. Maybe we can say he had some kind of mind magic or whatever, which is entirely possible, of course. Because obviously I can communicate without speaking directly to someone, so I think it's possible.
He did take on McBrennan for an assassination job, or something close enough to it. He could have slipped a message to somebody without Wallace watching, noticing. I think that's a reasonable enough theory.
Maybe he's not as good at noticing things if he's not on his ship. She kind of
That's true. I mean, I guess we know
looks
that.
a little bit hopeful. The ship was magic. Let me look at my notes. It had a
the ship and the
strong
whole
connection with an individual. So, I mean, he could have some kind of, like, I don't know, he hears and knows about everything that goes on his ship or something. I don't know.
That makes sense to me. I mean, do we have any idea of how we would figure out otherwise if it wasn't McBrennan turning himself in? Do we know how we could figure out who sent in the tip? Because I don't think that we have any way of getting that information.
I guess
I mean,
not.
assuming it wasn't any of us, obviously.
Well, Sacred Blade Industries stated it was just rumors that were circulating. I'm not sure if they actually have anybody in particular who gave them the tip. Though they implied that there might have been somebody, but they did not seem willing to talk any further on those details.
Now, it occurs to me that we have someone in the house who works for the Soldiers of the Blue. Maybe he could go get the information for us. Or talk to somebody who might know a little more than we do.
Mir frowns.
Well, I think at this hour, because Captain Wallace did give me a deadline, I think we'd have to see how the meeting with him goes, and then
Sure.
see if this is still something we even have to concern ourselves about.
Mira's
fair, yeah.
frown deepens.
Is there any way we could just talk to Ozzy?
Do we even know where he is? Besides in custody.
I don't know where exactly. Possibly in the
we
office that
want-
I'm trying to speak with.
Do we want to talk with him?
I mean, he knows what happened.
Yeah,
I don't know if he
we're
would
here
tell
like,
us.
Did he do it? And maybe he just says, yeah, I did it. There we go.
Do we?
Yay.
I don't know how we would be able to find him, though. Unless there's like only one place that they keep people.
Would- Robert, would we have any idea, like, if someone is arrested by the Sacred Blade enforcers or the Soldiers of the Blue, whatever, at the docks, what the like nearest bastion or whatever that they might get taken to is?
So, given that this is obviously high profile, it would probably, like, logic would dictate they're probably immediately took him back to, like, their main office in the Darien Plaza, the one that's most well-guarded. Like, especially with Frey's thing, they are probably going to make a big show of this.
Can I get within... Now, this is like Times Square or something, basically, right? So, like, I assume I've walked through this place if I've been here before.
Yeah, Darien Plaza, yeah.
Would I have any... Yeah, would I have any... Okay, this is a specific question. Would I have any idea if I could get within 1,000 feet of where I think they might be holding McBrennan inside the building? Like, without going into the building.
I don't think Samar would know where in...
Okay.
Like, there are
Could you,
a
like-
couple of places that, like, there would be no way to know exactly where he'd be kept.
Could be one of those things where
Yeah,
they walk around the
that's-
plaza and just keep trying, and maybe it would work.
Maybe? But... what are you specifically trying to do?
Well, I want to see if I can use this. Oh, wait. I still have it on... whatever. Hold on. I want to see if I can do this. Because this one is an intelligent creature within 200 feet per level that is known to you. It doesn't seem like I have to be able to see them.
I think
as long as I know...
I would interpret that as you have to know that they are within 200 feet of you. You can't just guess.
Okay, that's fair.
As part of being known to you.
All right. That's fair. All right. You know. You gotta ask, right? But
I
okay,
gotcha.
fair enough.
So, anything else you guys need to go over before the meeting?
Was he supposed to come in the morning?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, early in the morning.
It was not established.
Like, is this like a
I guess
8
hope
a.m.
that
meeting?
Lawrence you'll see.
I think Mira really
just doesn't
wants to
want-
go apologize to Magnus, but she's too paranoid to not be keeping watch right now.
Yeah. Alright, so with that, I know Strieg will be keeping watch at least for a little while longer. Mira will be keeping watch all night. I would like you both to give me int notice.
Oof.
Streak, that fucking
Rough.
paranoid.
Ow.
You need some fucking sleep. Like, Mira, like, as you're kind of doing the rounds, you can see Streak kind of like, he's doing his rounds. He's like checking out the curtains, as paranoid as ever, but like, poor fucking kid's ready to pass out.
You should get some rest. I've got it.
I don't think I can.
Try? I know it's hard. Well, I don't know. It seems like it would be hard.
Yeah, it's hard. It's just better if I watch.
Okay. I'm here too, so.
Okay.
So it's both of us. We're not alone, at least.
Yeah, that's good. More eyes.
Yeah.
While over the course of the night, or at least as long as Streak can physically keep going, you are doing your rounds, and Mira, there's never anything as obvious as someone standing across the street staring, but after maybe an hour or two, you do notice that this group of 3 people, one pulling a small, like, wheelbarrow, and 2 others with them, pass by the house 3 times across 2 hours.
Annoying, bad, horrible. But you know, what are you gonna do about that? Say, hey, get off the public street. Stop being weird. And I guess you would just mention it to Streak and say... Not say anything else, I guess. Just mention it.
Streak just nods and tries his best to keep going.
And does Streak make it all night?
I don't know, what do you think?
I think it is completely up to you, but if you'd like, you can do a physical save to see how well he keeps it up.
Is there coffee? Could I get him some coffee?
Coffee is insanely expensive because
okay,
it's imported,
that's right.
Like,
I do remember that. I do remember that.
Not native to Madara.
Nope, he doesn't make it.
Streak
he passes out in
Streak
front of
only
the
makes
front
it like
door.
a couple hours. You let him know, and he's like, "Oh, those fuckers. We'll keep an eye on him." And like an hour later, you go to check on him, and he's like in the corner, sitting in a chair, just knocked out.
I think he's on the ground, like in the hallway across from the front door.
Oh.
Just crossbow on his lap.
Mira will get him a blankie.
Oh god. Oh, well, I mean, you know, she knows where everything is, and so does everyone else now that Magnus did a full tour. So,
at some point, I guess Mira would like take a minute to like wash up a little. She doesn't really have any spare clothes that aren't like the very, very, very fancy play clothes. So there might be a dress around here somewhere that I could borrow.
100%. There's plenty of nice clothing in
Good,
here.
fine.
You're probably about
Won't
the
worry
same
about
size as Alice.
I remember when she was this big.
Is it time for Mira to wear a suit?
No.
No.
I don't.
What about?
I don't think that would occur to her.
All right.
What about leather pants and jacket?
I don't know. That would never occur to her. Ever.
Anyway, so about half hour before sunrise or so, Mira, still doing your rounds. You see someone else. You can just see a silhouette approaching the Guarantines and heading towards the door.
I mean, I can see in the dark. Do I recognize them?
You do not. Based on description, wearing glasses and a mustache.
Freshly waxed.
Oh boy.
Wearing glasses before the sun rises.
It's normal, guys. Come on.
Heading to the door.
I will open the door before he fucking gets there. He's like,
Oh, good morning. My name is Lawrence Beckett. I'm here to meet with Mr. Stree, Garrett, Varrock, and Jussamar.
Mira, I'm Mira. And she like thinks for a minute and remembers
Oh.
that like Wallace knows her fucking... Oh, she doesn't know that Wallace knows her last name. She doesn't know that. So she
No?
would just say, I'm Mira. Just like hold the door open. But if he does say Miss Tyrell, she'd be like, excuse me?
Oh, Mira.
I mean,
as in-
not say that so much as like kind of pull up and like give him a what did you say?
Oh, Mira, as in Miss Tyrell? I believe Mr. Wallace mentioned you last night.
He called me Miss Tyrell.
Yes? Is that weird? Is that odd?
I think she would like pause for just a second and then remember that he did know Summer's name. Be like, I suppose not. Just come in.
Thank you. Lawrence will let himself in. He'll not go take off his jacket or anything, not go take off his shades.
Whatever. I don't give a shit if you're rude.
So, when I was told this was an estate, I wasn't thinking like a manor, honestly. I was imagining some kind of upscale inn or something. Is this one of your homes, or
Something like that.
something like that? I see. Apologies for the early appointment. We didn't really specify a time, and I was hoping to beat Mr. Wallace and Co. to getting here. Miss,
What for?
well,
She looks like slightly suspicious. Like she does know that you are best buddies with Wallace or whatever.
well, I would assume that Mr. Varrock mentioned how I happened upon him and Mr. Wallace in conversation last night. And it was not a terribly pleasant conversation.
She slowly nods.
I suppose I was hoping to determine, well, at least what you wanted me to believe the truth to be. Ultimately, whatever his assassin was is not mine. I have no love for that. But I do not... If I am going to continue working with Mr. Wallace for now, I would rather he not be in such a mood.
I
It's
wouldn't
not intended-
if I were you.
Work with him in such a mood?
I guess you probably know him better than I do, but I wouldn't work with him at all.
Well, I haven't in many years, but when one finds themselves and all of their former associates dying in terrible and painful ways, well, motivations are obvious at that point. Well, at least I hope that. Speaking of, if you don't mind me asking, what has a young lass like you working with a group of problem solvers like these?
How old does this guy look?
30.
I'm older than you, buddy.
Is
He
that what she
doesn't know
says?
that. No. That was me being silly. I can do things. I'm stronger than I look.
Lawrence just smiles. I'm sure. And, but on the previous topic, Well, there's a reason I haven't worked with people like that for quite some time, and it is for situations like these. The kind that I'd prefer to avoid if at all possible. Hence me wanting to, I guess, supersede it. So get in ahead of time and figure things out.
She just kind of like squints a little. Like she's being pretty standoffish, I would say.
I hope you don't mind my straightforwardness, Miss Tyrell. Did you do something to get his assassin captured?
No. I came straight here with Roland and Abney. Mr. Abney, rather. That's what you...
I see. Abney? Anyway. I do believe Mr. Wallace believes you may have, for whatever reason, done that.
I don't care what he believes.
Lawrence half shrugs. And Mr. Varrock saying that you were not part of this group of problem solvers did not go far to ease Mr. Wallace's concerns. And again, his concerns are his own, not mine, but I'd rather not work with him if he is going to continue being in this way.
What do you want me to do about it?
Well, I'll just answer the previous question, I guess, which you did, so thank you. I appreciate that. Follow-up, I suppose, is, do you think anyone else did?
You guys noticed Strieg sitting there in the hallway too?
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I would have showed him into like a sitting room or the dining room or something. She's probably
Strieg
like
was still in that front hallway right past the foyer, so unless you moved him, you would have had to go over Strieg's sleeping body.
Yeah.
Just a
Well, he
glance
would've
from
woken up.
Don't worry. Listen.
Yeah,
Don't
I
worry about
figured
it.
Strieg would have woken up if someone came in and walking right next to him.
He's a
He's got
pretty
them
light
street-
sleeper.
Yeah, he got
All
them
right,
street
so yeah,
reflexes.
after this, then yeah, Strieg woke up during this conversation.
So, Miss Tyrell, would you believe anyone else would have?
I would hope that they would tell me if that was the case, and they did not.
How do you trust them with your back?
Yes.
Through thick and thin. All of them.
Yes. That silence was in character for a minute, by the way. I did that on purpose.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Well, thank you for answering my question. I hope slept found you well last night. Hopefully none of this whole situation has cost you any.
I'm fine.
Okay, good to hear.
If you don't
sorry.
mind, I was fixing breakfast.
I see. I suppose Lawrence is like okay, good. He does not.
Would
need
you
this.
like some?
Well, there were some muffins at the place I stayed last night, but they weren't the best, so I would not mind.
Mira goes to fix breakfast. For
Lawrence wanders around.
not. She notices, she'll probably be like, please go sit down.
Is Strieg still in the main room?
What would Strieg have done after waking up and listening to this conversation from the main hall?
He's back on patrol.
Okay, so he doesn't say anything to Lawrence, just goes back on patrol.
He probably would have nodded at him as he came in, but yeah, no.
That's it. Just
Is he still in the main room after Mira gets up?
Yeah, watching out the window.
So Mira comes back to Lawrence approaching Strieg. I was just simply wanting to greet Mr. Strieg here. Is that all right?
I just would not have had this meeting held here, so...
I see. I'll offer my apologies. When they mentioned that they were staying, I had assumed that meant they wished, they being the rest of your group, wanted the meeting here as well. For future business, I will keep that in mind and try to schedule a different venue.
I don't know how soon she would have breakfast ready by, but she would just, like, say, breakfast is in such and such number of minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Strieg, hope I did not interrupt your sleep. My apologies if I did.
No, you're good.
I assume you were out here due to Mr. Wallace's order to watch this place. Have you noticed anything?
Few people walking around several times.
I can't not help but want to apologize for my former and current associates. I don't believe the years in the water did much for his sociability.
No, probably not.
But Mr. Strieg, if I might say, you seem like a straight shooter, maybe in more ways than one. You wouldn't.
Streak looks down blankly at his crossbow and then back up.
Lawrence does not seem particularly bothered by the crossbow on his lap. I'm assuming that's where it is.
Yeah.
Would you mind giving me your opinion on the current situation? Do you believe someone has acted in spite of Mr. Wallace or this assassin of his?
Are you asking if one of us snitched?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking. Again, I need to make it clear that it is... I say it again, I said this to Ms. Tyrell, but I don't care what happens to his assassin. I care that he is clearly angered by the scenario, because that will make working with him all the more difficult. So I was hoping to make some determinations of my own before, he takes any action, I suppose.
No. He gave us the option to kill him when we got on the boat, and none of us took it. So
Lawrence
what
seems...
would the point be of doing it here?
Lawrence seems mildly taken aback. Not considerably, but like, whoa. What's your relation to this assassin? Something happen?
A lot of things happened. What happened with you and Wallace?
I believe I mentioned last night we sailed for upwards of 10 years together. On the account. No, as I said, I got away from that, but, well.
And now you're back with him?
Not with him. But, afflicted by the same condition, you can't help but try to go towards the same solution. And hopefully that solution will be breaking curse for everyone involved. But I can get back to my caravan. Shoot for that peaceful retirement I've always dreamed of. A satisfying answer, I hope.
Ozzy killed a bunch of guys and we tried to stop him.
And then Mr. Wallace killed a bunch of guys in order to...
get Ozzy out, I guess? It's kinda weird.
So, is it personal with this assassin? Is it he killed someone you know?
In a way.
Listen, I can respect a vendetta, and assassins are certainly easy to hold one against. So,
Street kind of smirks at that.
I'm not here to judge.
I mean, I don't really care how he got caught or what happens to him. All I really care now is that Wallace seems to have it out for us. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate place to be. There's clear, Lawrence is silent as he thinks back to the good old days. So what do you suppose is best course of action here?
I'm not really the planner here.
That would be Mr. Garrett, right?
Yeah.
You hear heavy footsteps coming from the stairs, and you all see Magnus Garantine, not wearing a shirt. He has a big, thick towel over his, around his shoulders, and he is walking down the stairs, making his way out to the backyard.
Could I catch him?
Yeah, he stops to be cordial with you.
Hey, Magnus. Good morning.
Oh, Miss Mira. It's going to have to report to the offices soon. I just wanted to make sure that you had enough firewood to be warm while I'm gone today. Of course, you have full access to the estate while I'm gone.
Yes. Well, I suppose, I mean, I wasn't there, but I guess the estate has been volunteered for being the site for a meeting.
Well, it's fine. Just don't let it burn down. I know I can trust you, Miss Mira.
Yeah.
And before you can say anything else, he heads out the back door.
I think she would go after him. You know, she's known this kid since he was, a single digit. Magnus?
Yes, Miss Mira.
I'm sorry. I didn't say anything when I got here. About Rohan or Frey, I didn't know what to say. I'm sorry.
He just gives a little half-hearted nod at that. I saw what, Miss Mira. Sometimes you don't know what to say, and that's okay. Not everyone can always know. And he sets up a big chunk of wood and slams, chopping it in half. You go. Everyone's gonna need to eat, and I always like what you make for breakfast, Miss Mira.
All right. It still feels fucking terrible, but she's gonna go back in the house. Yeah. Go back in the house. Finish the food. Be sad and paranoid.
While you were out there, Strieg, you would have seen Lawrence head into the kitchen.
politely excuse himself first.
Yeah.
Come now.
Bitch, don't go into my kitchen.
And begin going over the food that Mira's cooking.
do I get back and find him fucking around in there?
I'm gonna see what Shriek's doing first.
Okay.
anything.
I'm not gonna
go ahead.
follow him.
Okay.
Nice! So Mira would come back to what is Mira cooking?
What is a common Fortuny soul breakfast? What is Magnus's favorite breakfast?
Is it fish quiche?
It's over my hammy.
Um,
Of Fortuna soul. I mean, I feel like it could be like potatoes and eggs or something.
It's gotta have fish. It's a coastal
Magnus
city.
fucking loves breakfast sausage. Sausage for breakfast with like lots of syrup on it.
Okay, so it's like some whatever breakfast potatoes, like what are they called? Not hash browns, but like the other kind.
Julienne?
Home fries, is that what it's called?
I don't know. I know what
Home
you're talking
fries, nice.
about.
It's something hearty, comfort food.
Yeah. Okay.
Home fries, scrambled eggs, sausage, some bacon for variety. What else? Probably there's maybe like some fruits around.
Any other
chop up
meats
some
ready?
fruit.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
You find Lawrence minding the potatoes and meats and making sure they're not burning.
She kind of stops and stares at him.
Oh, Miss Tyrell, back so soon. I thought that was going to take longer. Just came and make sure nothing was burning. Also, the potatoes need a little salt.
She squints.
He is genuine. He's smiling in an affable manner. He offers the position back to her.
As our guest, please don't worry about it. Have a seat.
Certainly. He will excuse himself back to the main room. Go back and sit with Streeg, I guess.
Oh. Yeah, Streak's probably gone doing rounds again, right?
Oh,
Yep,
man.
I would have done a loop.
Yep, you're back on your own. Sorry, Larry.
Well, no, it's mine and Larry's, so
He can pull up a chair in the kitchen if he wants.
So, a little while later, the sun begins to rise, and the only sound, it is the lighter sleepers among you. I don't know how light of a sleeper like Frey or anybody is, but like the light sleepers among you would hear the sound of axe on wood very rhythmically. And
I mean, I think I'm down at some point. I'm a relatively early waker usually.
Yeah, and you guys slowly begin to make your way down. Frey, Abney wakes you up, and he just, I think Mira made a big breakfast. I could smell it. I stuck my head out the door because I heard, and there's like another thump. I heard that, and I was frankly a little bit worried, love, that like somebody was trying to chop the door down or something. But it's breakfast and morning meeting, love. So I think we gotta get up.
Right. Oh, okay. Guess breakfast is good.
I can bring it to you. I can bring it to you, so you don't have to, get dressed and everything yet.
As wonderful as that sounds, there's that morning meeting, so I should probably be dressed for it. Just give me 5 more minutes.
He gives a thumbs up. I'll be waiting down there. And he heads downstairs.
Right. And in about 15 minutes, a very still kind of half asleep Ray does manage to stumble his way down the stairs, dressed, hair brushed,
You still hear the thumping, and Mira has made a full breakfast. Focus on potatoes, fruits, and as many kinds of breakfast meat as you can possibly muster.
Your new friends at the table.
Good morning. I was, don't know what time it is.
A little after sunrise, I believe.
Oh, that's awful.
You don't stay with the early bird.
Sit down. Well, I do not eat worms, so I will gladly be the late bird.
You would be surprised how good worms taste when you haven't eaten them. He smiles.
I would rather starve.
Lawrence has another comment to make, but he chooses not to. He just smiles.
At this point, like, as you guys are starting to get seated with your plates, Magnus comes back in. He is sweaty and still not wearing a shirt and, like, glistening, and, like, his muscles are, like, ripped. He's, like, almost, like, intrinsically flexing as he walks.
I'll mute myself.
Great.
I mean, oh, you go first. Who would he walk by first?
Probably Mira, because he walked through a kitchen first to get to the dining room.
She would mention the breakfast.
Oh.
And say what she cooked.
I appreciate Miss Mira, and I love what you cook, but I'm gonna have to get going. We've got food up at the Blues office, so I'm gonna have to eat there. And he takes, like, a single, like, cut of sausage on, like, a fork. I'll take this to go.
Oh, okay.
So
you really need to go. She's like the big and sad. If you really need to go, big sad Disney eyes.
Give me a charisma convince. Miss Mara, look, I would love to stay, but... And he, like, looks down at himself. I can't, go into my job being all sweaty and looking like this. And he, like, turns around and, like, flexes as he does, turning his body at his hips.
She probably laughs. I remember when you were this big.
Making sure that this is, like, this whole conversation is happening in eye shot of the...
Of course. She has no idea what the fuck is going on, though. She's just like, oh, you've gotten so big and strong. Look at you. But not those exact words, maybe, because that sounds a little bit condescending, but you know.
Yes,
When I first met you, you were this tall.
Sorry, Ronnie, you were saying?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done.
Frey is glancing over. I think he is very aware of what Magnus is doing. But he'll just say, "Good morning, Magnus."
He kind of, like, starts to take a bite of sausage and, like, pats Mira on the shoulder and gives you I'll be back tonight, Miss Mira. And he just,
okay.
Good morning, Mr. Frey. And he kind of just, like, walks past the table where there is still the boarded up window that has not had the glass replaced. And he just, and, like, turns and stops and, like, tries to readjust one of them, like, turning so his back is to you and flexing it as much as he can, trying to move a 2x4.
It's all right. You don't need to take care of that now.
I'll need to head off, so. Yeah.
We'll see you when you get back.
He proceeds to head upstairs to wash up, and a couple of minutes later comes out in a Soldiers of the Blue uniform. He looks much more put together, seemingly taller. Like, these boots are pretty big. Everything about him, like, it is full, like, it is armor he is wearing. And he waves you a quiet goodbye and heads off. Leaving you guys alone at the Guarantine estate. And Lawrence with so many fucking questions about what the fuck just happened.
I don't think I've ever seen a more pointed sequence of actions that didn't lead to me getting stabbed. What was that?
Mira blinks, confused.
He looks.
What?
He looks.
That was, the complexities of relationships.
Oh!
Lawrence nods sagely.
Oh!
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
No greater puzzle is there in the human condition, truly.
As
Except
you guys
maybe retiring in one piece.
As you guys begin to eat and converse, Abney does kind of turn to you, Frey, and not now because it's probably a little bit awkward left, but at some point you're going to have to explain how I won out over that. And like his face is red and embarrassed.
Oh my god. Freya. Well, I'm not exactly, I wasn't exactly looking to make comparison.
Well, like I said, you don't need to explain now, just at some point, love. And at this point, there's the front door swings back open, and you hear Magnus. Is someone here? Mr. Gavin is here?
Oh. Lawrence will politely excuse himself and head towards the front. Thank you, good sir. That'd be for me.
Wait, Mr. Who?
Garvin.
Garvin.
Gary.
Lawrence mentioned him being the contact yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know if Frey was still there.
I don't think he was. That was probably after he left. Well, I think Frey would stand up as well, and with a slightly curious look, he will follow Lawrence.
All right, yeah. So you see this.
Hang on. No. Before he
No?
gets to the door, it's noticing that Frey's following me. All right. Hold just a moment, Mister. Now my contact is a little particular. So, whatever you do, always refer to him as Mr. Garvin, okay?
Mr. Garvin.
Just keep that in mind. Otherwise, just normal, be cordial, should be fine, okay?
Of course.
All right, good man.
Quite good
Right.
with my formalities.
And Lawrence will head outside.
You can see there's some kind of conversation happening, and then quickly, I assume you let him in.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. He comes in and
No. As soon as Lawrence walks outside, Frey can immediately hear him yell, "Gary, how's it going?"
And back you hear, "Oh, Larry, you son of a bitch!" And a moment later, coming in, you see this gentleman, maybe 60s, long, maybe shoulder-length, brushed-back gray hair, gray, well-trimmed beard, wearing a nice suit, a small bag he is wearing on his back, another, like, messenger-style bag on his side, and he just kind of, like, looks excited and, like, brushes his hair back, and again after that, and so you all must be the ones that we're going to be meeting with. Larry, you didn't tell me you had so many interesting friends.
Frankly, I didn't know how many there would be. But to get to the point, it is my distinct honor, everyone, to introduce you to my good friend and associate, Mr. Gerald Garvin.
Please. Mr. Garvin was my father. You can call me Gary. And he goes up to Frey to shake his hand.
Frey will reach out to shake his hand, and it's a pleasure to meet you. How do you and Mr. Beckett here know each other?
Oh, he's something of a finder for me. More than anything. He finds things, I tell him how much they're worth. We both get a little bit of a cut when something sells. But more than that, he's something of an enigma. An interest. But if the stories are true, I don't know that it's worth quite calling him a friend.
Lawrence is it's all genuine. He's smiling, he's laughing.
I do hope you'll be able to share some of those stories before we part ways today.
Oh, my stories are not mine to share. They are Larry's. So, has Captain Wallace arrived already, or is he running late as usual?
Seems the good Mr. Wallace is fashionably late as always.
What time did you tell him to meet?
Morning.
You didn't give him a time.
To be fair, there was not established a time to give.
You could have given him a time and given me a time, and then... It's all right. And he immediately walks in and starts helping himself to a plate of breakfast.
Lawrence knew this would all work out.
Oh, hello?
Oh, yes. My name is Gerald Garvin. You may call me Gary. And he holds a hand out to shake yours. Are you the cook of the house?
No.
Oh, well.
I mean, yeah, I did cook breakfast this morning.
Well, my compliments to you. This bacon is delicious.
Thank you. So what are you here for?
Well,
Mr. Gary.
Please, just Gary. As I said, Mr. was my father. I am here because I have information. I didn't want to go over it twice. That's a lot of work. So I couldn't just tell him, and then what if he got some of it wrong? I'm not going to do it twice. Besides, I don't get a finder's fee. Don't worry about it. I am here because there are a lot of things that, well, he leans in close. I mowed a lot of coin for this. I'm out a lot getting this information. So I'm expecting my finder's fee now. A turns to Lawrence.
Oh, you're the friend of a friend?
Of a friend, if Mr. Wallace is to be believed.
Which would make my contact the fourth. Yes, that would be me.
A complicated string.
And
I didn't realize he meant the string so literally.
I just happened to know someone who happened to know something, and by that I mean I had to call in a lot of favors. So really it's more like Larry here happened to know someone who knew how to find something.
Come now. Credit where it's due. I spent a lot of time finding out that someone I already knew could figure things out.
Well, you never were the best at figuring things out without already having them told to you, Larry. So tell me.
Lawrence shrugs.
And he kind of turns to the rest of you. There are quite a lot more of you than possible. Did we, have we agreed, He turns to Lawrence. How much am I getting paid for this exactly? How much is my finder's fee immediately?
That is a question I sincerely hope Mr. Wallace has the answer to. Because so far it seems...
No. You said you were the one negotiating with him, so I didn't have to.
And negotiate I shall when he gets here.
You didn't already.
Things were a bit tense last night with Mr. Wallace.
I am going to head to the lovely bar down the street. I'll be back in an hour when you have that information.
Lawrence chuckles.
I'm kidding. But I do not want to be part of that negotiation. I expect you to do it on my behalf.
I'll do what I can.
And he goes around and introduces himself to everyone else here, mentioning that if you ever need any sort of art appraised, find out if it's a genuine, find out how much it's worth, I'm your man.
And there are none better.
Mira is fucking mystified. She has no idea. I mean, she knows why he's here, but she doesn't know why he specifically is here. Why he's the guy. So she's just gonna, like, I don't know.
He does
Hang
kind of
out.
like trying to like get a vibe. He starts like, as he's introducing, like going around and like, not quite under his breath, but like, oh, this was a nice piece, I'm sure, before all of this paint and damage. Look at, and at this point he calls over, Larry, would you look at this? Look at this damn chair. This thing was probably a work of art. I couldn't even say who from. It might have been one of the 3W works. Couldn't say.
Lawrence is over almost immediately. And they are commenting along with him, speculating it to the price of things and whatnot.
But look at this. Look how often it has been pulled backwards and dragged sideways. That is going to ruin any of the value. No one's going to pay any kind of coin for that.
I'm sorry, but is there a reason why we're appraising the furniture of our house here? We're all guests here. That doesn't seem
are you Mr. Guarantee?
Has Garrett just arrived?
I've been here the whole time. I just haven't or unless.
No,
I don't remember you saying when you got here.
Oh no, because I was gonna say I thought Robert said everyone.
Yeah,
was
everyone was at
for
breakfast.
the meeting. Yeah.
You're Mr. Guarantee of the estate.
No, I'm not Mr. Guarantee. No, this isn't my estate. But I just don't think it's appropriate to be appraising people's estates like that.
Now, to be fair, Mr. Garrett, I asked Miss Tyrell whose place this was. I asked if it was one of your homes. She said something like that. He shrugs.
I
But
don't
that's
believe
still-
there are any guarantees here at the moment.
Yeah, and you still don't just go around like, how would you feel if I walked into your house and started appraising all your? Oh, well, this could be, we're gonna have to knock off, half the price on that.
I do not
I
think you would find
imagine-
a single thing in my home that has any sort of scuffs on it. I keep only the
I imagine he'd
finest
argue
fineries.
I imagine he'd argue you tooth and nail on every determination you make, Mr.
And
Garrett.
I would love every minute of it, Mr.
Garrett, via court.
Mr.
Viacord.
Viacord. No.
Amending my notes.
He narrows his eyes at this point. You're Viv's husband.
You know Viv?
That two-bit lying bitch.
Slap him.
You can't say that about a man's wife in front of him.
Whoa!
Okay, I'll shut up.
Slap
I'll shut
him.
up.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
even,
Go ahead.
I don't even take the time to see if he's joking about it or not. Just full on open palm across the face.
All right, give me a strength punch.
Larry takes a step back.
That's 6. I probably missed. Or I don't hit it very hard.
Well, he's gonna do it back. Wow, yeah, he kind of stumbles but like catches your arm. All right, look. It's nothing quite that serious. I don't mean to. She would find it more humorous than you, I think. She always said you were a bit uptight when you weren't around your gang.
I don't appreciate anyone talking about my wife like that.
Well, allow my foremost apologies. Miss Viacourt is something of a eccentricity in that she has a habit of outbidding me on pieces that I want.
Yeah, she certainly does that.
She's willing to pay far more than they're worth. It's just not. It's frustrating.
Well, it's
like
not
she's
her
better at her
money.
job.
It's not her money for the most part. She
Yes.
purchases for others.
Yes, it's very frustrating. When I purchase it is to eventually sell. I can't just throw coin around like it's not mine. I'm not related to the Duchess or nothing. I have to consider the business aspect. Speaking of, and he turns back to Lawrence. Larry, how is BFF going?
Not making me more than a copper or two.
Eyebrow raise.
Not making me more than a copper or two, unfortunately. Without me there, they're just, doing the safe trades.
I've told you, send them my way. I'll find some better work for them.
We'll see. Well, can we just take a step back? Mr. Viacord, you're related to someone who's related to a duchess? Or you're married to someone who's related to a duchess? Is that right?
I don't see what bearing that has to do with this right now, but yes.
Has it? I'm personally very interested in it.
Well, you could be as interested as you want, but I don't see what that has to do particularly with anything that we're discussing now.
Larry crosses his arms. I see how it is. Maybe after some drinks, we'll talk some more.
And I ask, is the sense we get from Lawrence right now that he sees a potential mark or whatever in Garrett because he found out Garrett has money?
No, he's fucking snooping. He's fucking gossipy. He wants to fucking he just wants to know more.
He's not hiding that he's being a gossip.
Cool. I think Summer for a moment, not out loud or anything, but Summer for a moment kind of steps forward and is sizing you up. Do I have to stand up for Garrett or whatever? And then realizing that you're just there for gossip is oh, actually, yeah. I could understand nothing more than that.
I feel like Garrett would be experienced enough with court gossip to know that he's just fishing for whatever, and would just kind of, while Garrett isn't super Game of Thrones intrigue expert, he's been to some parties, he's seen some things.
So, like I said, I'm only intent on going over this once, and only after I figure out what my finder's fee is going to be, so. Mr. Beckett, you'll be negotiating that on my behalf to Captain Wallace, and you seem to have quite the ample support for your negotiation here, and he motions vaguely at the rest of you at the table.
It seems should there be a venture, there will be people for it, though at this point I'm unsure of just how
it's going to be
going to happen.
It's going to be a very far one.
That's the hope.
I'll tell you that now. And he kind of not nervously, but definitely with a moment of seriousness. I must say, compliments to the chef. This is far better than I would expect for someone who is not the chef.
No small amount of skill went into it. Clear as that.
Honestly, I only wish that we could have met in Vicania. I was back there for weeks. It's exhausting. He shrugs.
I understand that. Having sat in this town for several months, I can feel the exhaustion taking me as well.
I have been meaning to ask, Mr. Viacourt. How is Vivian's walking these days? I know she was stuck to a chair for quite some time.
She's much recovered. We've managed to resolve everything that was behind the attack, and but she's much recovered.
That is very fortuitous for her health and unfortunate for her ability to walk away from me during an argument.
I'm sure she would also find that equally unfortunate.
He gives a somber nod at that, and
Garrett would have said it with a little like smirk, to not be like I'm being a dick, but like I'm trying to play into
banter
it.
back at him.
Yeah.
He seems to withdraw a little bit, and so I shouldn't be screaming out appraisals for everything, but I'll need something to do to kill time.
Lawrence will regale Gary about some of the interesting things he's seen up for sale in town that he unfortunately could not procure due to his lack of liquid capital while he's been in town.
I'm sure Mira could find, like, a chess set or something.
I'm still not quite
I don't know how long we're going to be waiting here.
I'm still not quite sure why we are waiting so long. I mean, Mr. Beckett over here, and he's like, they're like down the hall talking, and it's very obvious to everyone that even though he's listening to Lawrence, he is also silently appraising every painting and thing in the hallways as he's walking down them.
I think Lawrence said it loud enough that people would hear that, where he says, you know what happened? Someone goes out to go find Mr. Wallace, and the next moment he shows up, and then we're waiting on the person to win it.
So, if Gary here knows Viv, would I have heard about him through Viv? Because he seems like the kind of person that she would have complained about.
Give me an to know. Let's see how much you will have heard.
Yeah, man knows some stuff.
Starts to come back to you how she has regaled you, how she has found ways to screw him over by giving him fake invitations to auctions that weren't real.
Yeah.
To keep him out of the ones where she wants something, because he would spitefully bid her up and she refused to lose.
Okay, what was the last auction she did that on?
Oh God!
If you don't have that, whatever, I can just, because I just want to be like, by the way, how was the auction at the whatever?
Yeah, Voutrin Estate.
Yeah. While he's looking around and talking,
now you want to remember?
You know what? Yeah, it took a little bit for the name to ring through my head here. It's,
How is that original Galfor? Did it ever recover from the explosion, or is it still just rubble and ash?
Unfortunately, it is
still rubble and ash. That's what I thought.
Still rubble and ash. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I'm sure she's loving that. And how about the time that she finally decided to sell a couple to me, and I was able to negotiate her down, the woman who refused to? And he gets this shit-eating grin, like he was waiting for you to open this can of worms.
Yeah, you know what? She chewed my ear off for that one. I'll be honest.
And how much has she sold? And how much of it have I bought? I don't actually know how much I still have. He kind of gives a half shrug. And there is another knock at the door.
I will hurry to get it. Oh.
And the last thing that Gervin says he just... The next time you see her, tell her that dinner will be on me at the Chateau Palette. And trust me, she can observe that old marble statue. I don't remember how much I paid for it, but you know the one. The one that she loved, kept in the hallway, said it was good luck, and then promptly sold to me. I've kept that one as a pointed moment.
It
First
must
thing
have
she gave up
been
on.
good luck because everything blew up after she got rid of it.
He has a somber look for a second, and it was horrible. I would never want to see anything truly bad come to that woman. Maybe break a toe or two. But at that point, he just shakes his head again. And Mira, you open the door, and you see Captain Wallace in a big, like, hooded cloak, not like his normal attire. Behind him, his quartermaster carrying a large bag on his back with a couple of large tomes tied off of it. And he comes in and... Right, so how, why the fuck are we having this meeting at the crack of dawn?
She just, like, holds the door open.
Mr. Beckett, he walks in and looks around for him. Mr.
Mr.
Beckett,
Wallace.
you are the one who set up this meet. Is there a reason that we had to have this so early that I could not even have it? And he notices the breakfast and walks over and starts helping himself.
It seemed like you made it known that you wanted things
Flowers
to be
in
happening.
the corner. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
You made it known you wanted things to be done soon, so...
Oh, there is soon, and there is whatever the fuck this is. I thought I was going to be one of the first people here, but it turns out I'm apparently late.
And what this is a lovely breakfast made by Miss Tyrell.
He eats
Like
some of
sit-
the
Sitting at, like, the head of the table, just, like... looking malevolently.
Well,
Not like, I mean, it's probably noticeable.
so, I suppose the first thing... And he takes another bite of the bacon and finishes chewing it. The first thing is... Who the fuck gave away Mr. McBrennan?
It wasn't any of us. I did some poking around for you last night. Made me get in very late.
Well, there's no way that Cassie and Molly were getting any word here by the time we arrived. That doesn't leave quite too many people.
Well, the odd thing is that it seems like there were already rumors swirling about the docks shortly before or around the same time we were arriving, so I don't have an explanation.
Purses his lips, and they kind of form into a frown, and...
If I could add, Mr. Wallace, I did speak to a few of them here, and I don't believe they believe it was them.
So who in the fuck sold him out, and why just McBrennan? Someone got this information. If it was back in Vacania, and they were able to send word all the way over here, had to have been Milo Harbor for them to even get a rough time. But even then, Opportunity Soul
Maybe he
does
just
not
got
know about my
recognized
ship.
by someone. I mean,
These...
he could have just got recognized by someone who ran to get the nearest SOB patrol.
Fuck.
It's a difficult thing to contend with. Mr. Wallace, are you familiar with what happened to the Stormblade?
He looks up as if waiting for you to continue and hopefully get to a point.
There comes the question at a certain point where one must ask, what's more dangerous, a rat or one who believes there is a rat? And while the former can be very dangerous, and I've had personal experience with the latter that I don't wish to fully recount.
And
But I do believe it is worth considering that these people who you personally sought out may not have been cause of your woes.
well, nonetheless, I have to find out something to do with Mr. McBrennan because he knows far too much right now. But first and foremost, before we worry about anything, I'm sure that all the political bullshit between Vreeland and Vicani is going to slow down any sort of prisoner exchange, so we got time. Y'all
And
heard what
exactly
happened with,
do you want us to do about him? Or to him, I suppose.
well, ideally you would get him out of Soldiers of the Blue or Sacred Blade office where he's being kept. I don't right know. They're kind of one and the same now. I have no idea how that's going.
Who's sitting next to Lawrence? Just a quick question.
By the way, Wallace is not sitting. He is, like, pacing and standing while he talks.
It's so fucking annoying. God damn it. You want to sit next to Mira? You can sit next to Mira.
Sure. Lawrence will turn to her and whisper. We'll turn to her and whisper. Do you guys do that? Do you bring people out of prison?
She kind of shrugs vaguely.
I mean,
Guess
technically,
we could.
Mira was the last person we broke out of prison.
That was different. That was different. It was different.
That was out of character. That was. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Mira would have been very, very indignant about that.
Yeah. No, that was.
No, the last.
It was
last
not
people we broke out
prison.
of
It was in a basement.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. No, you're right. We got all those refugees out of prison. Technically, that is true. We've done that.
I mean-
also, you're really quiet there, Idarsh.
I am? Oh, shit.
You
I
were.
mean, you sound fine now. If you were talking before, I didn't hear
Okay.
you.
Oh, interesting.
All right,
Okay.
all right. Get it straight. So, all I'm saying is, ideally, I would want him out, but if not, I would want him gone. Because he knows a little bit too much to be someone that I can't trust. I would at least want to have someone I trust speak with him. And he kind of like looks to Frey and make sure we can trust him.
How's
Frey.
Gary doing during this conversation? Just a quick ask.
He is standing over in a corner of the, like, nearby, like, sitting room. Just kind of, like, away from everything.
Distancing. Good. Sorry, go ahead, Ronnie.
Yeah, so Frey would look at Wallace and say, I think I could manage a conversation, but I don't think anything more than that is really something that we need to involve ourselves in.
He gives a nod of agreement at that. And like I said, I mean, it's a secondary thing right now. It's just unfortunate because, as I told you, I had a job that I needed done in Alasir that he was perfect for. He shrugs. No hurry. To start this, whatever it is, I do want to apologize for being a little short with y'all last night. He turns to Frey and Lawrence and gives a nod. It was frustrating at the time being so without answers and without the capacity to get them. Shrugs.
I hope
So-
you're feeling a bit more certain this morning.
So, let's go ahead and figure out what's needing to be done. As I said, I was going to be a middleman who got you, and motions to Frey, in contact with you, and he motions to Lawrence, about whatever the fuck you, and he motions to Garvin, have to say. So,
Speaking of, Mr. Garvey is hoping for his finder's fee. And given that we're all in this together, Mr. Wallace, I was hoping you'd be willing to foot your fair share.
oh, I think my fair share was finding a crew for this finder.
Come now. We all benefit equally, and I'm not even sure if they want to do this, Mr. Wallace.
He turns to Frey. Would you all like to back out?
Frey looks over at Lawrence a moment, and then at the rest of the group. How are they looking?
You know.
I mean, Garrett
I think
definitely
Summer
thinks
said
that. Sorry, you go.
I think Summer is thinking like, I hate everyone here who I didn't show up with.
Wow.
Like,
I mean, Garrett's definitely thinking like, I don't see why McBrennan's our problem anymore. He's been captured and is in jail.
To clarify,
And
the current discussion is the thing that Lawrence brought up, the search for the item that has the information to potentially break the curse, which it seems Frey is affected by.
Right. So I was gonna get to that.
Sorry.
I was gonna say like, I don't think that McBrennan's our problem, and that if and that shouldn't be reliant upon the fact that we do also have to go look for this item to break this curse. And that if, Frey feels that we need to find this item to help him, Garrett will do it. Doesn't know enough about Lawrence to decide that he doesn't want to help him yet, but if it'll help Lawrence and help Frey, then he'll help with finding whatever this is. But not at the cost of helping McBrennan if we absolutely don't have to.
And how's Street looking?
Streak's face is very carefully blank, but he is sitting with his arms crossed and deliberately not looking at Wallace.
Frey will look back at Wallace and say, I'm still very much interested in seeing this done.
Lovely. Well,
I think Summer would probably chime in here and say, like, I think we're probably all on board to do what Frey needs us to do, but I think if you're looking for information, then you should pay for that information.
except I'm not the only one who was looking for this information, and, well, the extent of my agreement was that Mr. Beckett here knew someone who could get it done.
Come now. Not for free.
And what are you
But what we have here is a three-way interest in breaking this curse. And many hands do make light loads, even when it comes to matters of coin.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm understanding is you want us to do the job for Beckett's friend, and we are only interested insofar as we want the information that Beckett's friend can give us. So what are you doing here if you aren't going to pay for anything?
Well,
It kind of seems like you're not involved in this anymore, unless you would like to be involved.
consider me putting all this together as, you all coming back being my finders. finder's fee. Because I do have some information that I'm always going to keep a little bit closer to the chest, as Mr. Beckett here is more than willing to vouch for.
Come now, information is not coin. Let's not keep that too close to our chest now. Especially when we all have an equal interest in this curse being broken.
I tell you what. Is it just coin that you all want? Because I can pay coin.
Well, let me ask, do you intend to take us on your new boat on this venture? Is that what you're also going to be contributing here? Because
if it is needed,
if
then
it's going
of
to be,
course I will take you on my ship.
Because from what I've heard, it's going to be a very fun venture indeed, and well, I don't think it's quite equal for us to be paying and also risking our hides to get this done.
Mr. Beckett, we were in this as a deal, looking into this. I went and got some people that I thought would be very helpful to it. At a considerable cost.
You found someone who has you have yourself a vested interest, found someone with a vested interest in breaking the curse. That was helpful. I'll admit that. I'll freely admit that, Mr. Wallace. But we are past that phase. I have brought here the person with the information. We both contributed separate parties to this matter. We're now at an equal footing, I believe. And thus, equal in the share of the next part of the responsibility. And should you not wish to specifically be up front and out there hunting for this item, well, I believe some coin could be footed to help with that.
Well, I'm more than willing to give some investment into this operation, but I will cover any kind of armaments, supplies, all that. On top of it, where's the payment going? You are getting what you need, and he motions to Lawrence, which is information. You are getting what you need, he motions to Frey, which is information. So I suppose the only real impasse here, and he turns and with fury in his eyes, looks directly at Garvin.
Hey now, what's that about?
Now, that also brings another very interesting question, which is, why is he here? I'll talk about people who are unnecessary. Why couldn't he tell you? And then, why did he have to be part of this?
Firstly, Mr. Garvin has lost much personal assets in obtaining this information for us. Secondly, he is a trusted business associate of mine, so I'd ask for a little bit of respect.
All right. Mr. Garvin, you want coin. How much? Well, you see, it's not so much what I've lost so far, it's the opportunity cost I've lost moving forward, which is possibly thousands of gold. Now, I know I'm going to not make all of it back, and this is slightly a favor for a friend. Now, you watch your damn tongue, Mr. Garvin, because calling for favors, well, we've all... And Garvin cuts him off. I want the full knowledge that my friend, Mr. Beckett, is not going to be in any danger, and this whole deal is not going to be fucking him over. And he walks up to Wallace, gets very close, like less than an inch away their noses are, and holds his hand out to shake it. Wallace lifts his chin up and looks down his nose at him. Oh shit, that's not nothing. That's not nothing at all. We can do that. And he gets even closer, so their noses are touching, and holds a hand out to start shaking it. And Garvin, and I want 10,000 fucking gold. Immediately. Delivered to my estate.
Oh, okay.
Wallace
Lawrence is a little like...
stares at him.
Ray's looking a little tense right now.
They have this moment where they both just staring. And it just... 10,000 fucking gold pieces. I tell you what. If your information is... Fuck it. He walks outside. Says something to Mr. Howard, quartermaster. And walks back in about a minute later with a chest. You can hear the sound of coin in it.
I want to say
Should
Lawrence
be-
doing a remarkable job not looking like gobsmacked by this whole thing. It's mostly working. I would say it's mostly working.
Should be around, I don't know, 2,500, 3,000 gold in there. Right? Oh, you know that way too fucking well. How could you possibly know? Oh, size of that chest, the make. You look at the lock on it. There's only so much you can fit, and I know a man like you's going to fill that to the fucking brim. Well, now. I haven't exactly counted, but I'd wager, somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 gold coins worth of coinage. Maybe some gems. It's not quite full. I'll pay you every fucking copper if you come back and that information is good. But if you don't, if this turns out false, I will take every fucking coin I have, every fucking coin dedicated to this job, and use it to hire whoever I need to burn your fucking estate to the ground. You won't grow another fucking grape out there. And with a big smile, Mr. Garvin beats Wallace's gaze, shakes his hand. Oh, you have such a deal. I look forward to your delivery of the rest. And as they finally break the handshake, Wallace backs up a couple of steps, and his demeanor goes back to very casual. Garvin takes the chest and hands it over to you, Lawrence.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask something?
Yep.
Do either of them look like they just pulled one over on the other one? You know what I mean? Like,
They
does-
both look very
'cause clearly
confident in the deal.
okay,
Is the
but it
best
doesn't
way I
feel
can describe
like
it. Give me a wisdom into it.
Yeah, I just know that, like, clearly this is a very dramatic argument, but, like, is this one of those things where these guys came in, like, knowing that actually the thing that they don't want to give up is this completely different thing, and they, like, successfully finessed this argument or whatever?
Bringing in the coin, having a chest stashed nearby somewhere, or people waiting. he knew he was going to pay out the ass. Smart. This has all been fucking theater for Captain Wallace.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Fucking fine. All right. All right. I mean, what am I gonna do about it? All right, fine.
At this point, Garvin... Right. Seems like it's time for us to have a nice conversation. And he rolls out a not incredibly well-drawn map.
The
sorry.
treasure map?
I kind of had to draw this myself with the gentleman's assistance. He had good directions, but not a lot in the way of a map. How familiar are you all with the Sabine Highlands?
How familiar are we, Robert?
Where is that?
The Sabine Highlands are to the north. They are the mostly independent lands that were once shared by Vreeland and Grishalis, but after the storm a few years ago, Grishalis kind of lost influence over them, and for the most part, it's just kind of...
Oh, over here. Okay.
Yeah,
His Fortune's Keep is in there.
yeah.
I'm
Good
sorry,
old
Riverstone
Riverstone Keep is technically in the southern reaches of it.
Yeah. We've spent a little time in the Sabine Highlands, but we haven't gotten too deep into it.
Well, you're going to have to. And he begins kind of like... He pulls out a map, and... There is something. A... old fucking tomb. Out past, and he kind of like begins motioning to the mountains, and he keeps mentioning, like, motioning around this lake here. No one ever really settled there, but apparently a long time ago people did. Whole village, town, didn't get the specifics, but there's
a bastion outpost there. Isn't that what this is right here?
Yes, as a not bastion, a beacon.
Beacon, yeah. Sorry.
But sorry, continue.
Yeah. But yeah, so isn't there a beacon outpost over by that lake? Wouldn't they have found any?
I have no fucking idea, but I would imagine not. I don't think they're much in the treasure hunting business.
That's true.
But there was an old village, town, hundreds of years old. There was a mausoleum, great burial grave. He kind of like squints a bit at that. Something out there. Apparently there's still some evidence of old ruins, not much more than building bases these days. That mausoleum has an artifact, some sort of arcane item that can answer anything. Can give answers to anything. And I assure you, the man I spoke with is as viable, trustworthy, and expensive as they come. So you go out there. Don't fucking know how dangerous. He didn't say anything about that. It's the fucking Highlands, though. No one's been out there. I'm sure you're going into the shit.
Well, you're not coming with us?
He's just here for the information.
Garvin kind of like holds himself and like lifts up his his shirt. There's not a lot of muscle left under these lovely threads. And at this point, Wallace, he seems a little lost, and I'm not too interested, but I'm confident And at this point, he gets a little bit of a smile as he motions to Lawrence, my friend here, would be more than willing to accompany you on this journey.
Lawrence can't help but chuckle at the word friend.
He is, if nothing else, competent and, as I told Mr. Frey last night, Lawrence Beckett is one of the most dangerous men I have ever sailed on a ship with. And you can trust that he will get the job done, whatever that job may be. Again, I never see him fight no Umbraei, so maybe there's some stuff out there he can't deal with.
Well, hopefully we don't have to fight any of those. I saw enough of that in the Black Sun.
Yeah, didn't everyone? And at this point, Garvin just... So, like I said, old fucking village, town, something. I don't know how they got it. I don't know how it ended up there. I didn't ask, but trust me when I say that it is real. And if this man says it's there, it's there.
Did he say what it is?
Book. Something. Magic. Enchanted tome that can tell you anything. He apparently looked into it in his younger years and kept it real close to the vest.
Alright.
Not the chest, mind you, or I wouldn't be able to buy it off of him. But I got you this information. I don't know the limits. I do not know how it works, but I do know is that man's information can be trusted. By extension, my information can be trusted. And he turns to Beckett. By extension, his information can be trusted. And he turns back to Wallace. Now, Captain, is there anything else you need for us, or do you need to go take a little bit of time on your ship? And Wallace just paces a bit. Well, everything seems very cut and dry, really. Y'all are gonna go wander out into the wilderness, find a destroyed, abandoned, hundreds of years old village. Probably pre-Varesian.
Collect a magic tome.
Magic book, they'll tell us the answers. And if you don't come back with it, I am going to burn Chateau Pallet to the ground. Along with every single fucking thing in it. And he turns to,
Mira fucking glares at him.
He does not pay you any money.
I know!
But
It's for her, Robert.
I know.
It's for me!
And yeah, the information that he's not paying you any mind is also for you. He turns back to Garvin. And, just to be clear, don't expect to hide or swap anything with forgeries. That lovely assistant that you hired about a month ago, what was her name? Miriam? Something like that. Yeah, she's reporting to me, so. And Wallace gives a smile. My eyes are on her.
Thorough in your age.
And Wallace has this condescending smile. And now Garvin finally, oh yes, of course. Be a shame if I already replaced them knowing that. And Wallace just... Yeah, it really would, wouldn't it? You probably didn't, though. You probably did. So, how long y'all think this will take? Couple weeks? Month, maybe?
I'd give it 2.
We look at Garrett, the Wayfinder.
I'd give it 2 at least. If it was anything like the last 2 treasure hunts I've been on, well, it won't be immediately obvious.
It looks like it's out in the middle of nowhere.
Not much worth claiming is otherwise. Well, that isn't already claimed.
Yeah, I'd like to roll on like either
Some
survival
kind of timing
or
guesstimate.
something to figure out that. Yeah.
Give me an int survive. Let's see if you got any kind of idea on how long it would take. Whew,
Can I
it's
ask
a
when?
For sweet.
Well, I was just gonna say, when Wallace said that Lawrence is one of the most dangerous people he has ever met, or whatever, how did Lawrence react to that?
It kind of like just staring for a moment, blink, kind of amused at the idea.
Okay.
Though he's
Okay.
often kind of amused, a little like most of his emotions are positive in range. And like the most negative thing you've gotten from him is concern, and that was last
He's
night.
just a jovial scamp, isn't he?
Yeah, something like that.
So
Yeah,
my
I guess it's just like a better, because it could be like false modesty, or it could be like confidence, and I guess amused is like there's plausible deniability that maybe you don't agree with that assessment. So who knows?
Anyway, Garrett, you're looking at at least, if the weather is good, a couple weeks of travel alone.
yeah.
One way or 2 ways.
It'll be over a week each way.
Okay,
we're-
so that was 2 ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would
and then there's
communicate
how long it
that.
takes you to find it, where it actually is specifically. So
Yeah, we're probably looking at least a month to do this. It's about. I was thinking if we follow the road up north west and head over to Gorestone, and then from Gorestone, it's just about a straight shot north to the lake.
Straight being a relative term here.
Right, straight being a relative turn, but that's about 130 some odd miles from Gorestone to the lake, and another 108 or so miles to Gorestone, following the road. If you don't follow the road, it's 84 as the crow flies, 84, 86 as the crow flies, but
I tell you what,
yeah.
you don't need to throw all the numbers at me. I get it. You're good wayfinder, dealt with the umbral shit, all that.
Like I said, 2 months.
Give you to the beginning of Foul Wakes. That gives you a month and a half. I'll expect something. If not, well, at that point, I think I'm going to become very well acquainted with the value of art.
We'll send news before then.
Of that, I am most confident, Mr. Beckett.
Was this out of character? Is that Robert? Was him saying the value of art? Was that a reference towards?
He's been threatening.
Towards
Gary
Gary, the
Yeah,
art dealer,
Garvin.
yes.
Yeah.
Because I just wasn't sure, because we'd also talked about Gary's dealings with Viv, so I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't also about Viv, because she does the whole art thing too.
Yeah. No, he is specifically threatening Garvin.
Okay, yeah, no, I got that. I just wanted to make sure that Viv wasn't also included.
Yeah,
'Cause I
all
was
that
talking about
said,
the grapes.
now that we have come to a nice conclusion, I do have some other business to attend to. I still have to go speak with Miss Molly and Miss Cascadia. He gives a little smile at that. So, I'm gonna have to be setting off soon. I haven't really gotten to talk to them since officially being their captain.
I'll never get used to that. Safe voyages to you, Mr. Wallace.
And you, Mr. Beckett, and the Fortune's Accord. And he kind of like turns and starts to head out. If you all need anything, my quartermaster will of course be at Ivan's, and pretty much every day you can always find him there. He'll report accurately any contact you need. You end up sending anything, any missives or messages back, bring any birds with you, you send them back and have them delivered out to Ivan's. That gives us good timing. He is not going to lie for me, lie to me, lie for you, or lie to you. He is going to be as consistent as he can. You all understand?
Thumbs up.
And after this roughly hour-long meeting, Captain Wallace heads off.
The moment they're out the door, Lawrence stands up, hands on the table. Mr. Garvin, I did not think I could respect you more, but you never cease to surprise.
He immediately just lets out a big huh, and you see, like, you guys can see for the first time he's not, like, holding himself in high esteem. He's got, like, something of a gut showing. He's no longer, like, standing at perfect attention. That was one of the most stressful things I've ever done in my life. Can't believe I got that much out of him.
That makes two of us.
Right, don't think he's gonna be paying anything, but, I tell you what, you all are going to need a cut while you're getting out there. Mr. Beckett, count out about 500 for you lot.
As he's told. Lawrence will begin counting.
And consider that the Fortune's Accord fund.
How much?
500
gold.
Each?
No, 500
total.
gold as
Okay,
a fund to
okay,
you guys.
okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna be like, what?
For anything that you all need. And we will... Well... Once that's done, I have a date with a very nice bottle of mead. Or 2.
Understandable.
Or 4.
Gary, I will surely find you something. I don't know if it'll make up for all this, but I'm sure you'll appreciate it nonetheless.
He, at this point, goes to a chair in the sitting room near the living room and just collapses in it.
Well, Fortune's Accord. It seems we have a mutual vested interest in ending a curse. One on myself, well, not just myself, not just Mr. Wallace, and not just Mr. Varrock, but on quite a few people who some of whom I still care about, but that does affect many. Are you all willing to participate in this venture?
This will help Frey. Then I'm in.
Nod.
Also nodding.
Okay.
Thank you.
Abney is right there, nodding. Roland is nervously hiding near Mira and nodding. And
Mr. Varrock.
Poor guy.
Whether they be associates, friends, you have some good ones.
I've certainly got lucky with them.
Abney just kind of like whispers loud enough that the rest of you can hear, but like obviously meaning it as like like to Frey.
Stage whisper. Stage whisper.
He just like, I mean, hopefully just me, love.
Frey will laugh at that.
So, I think by this point, Lawrence would have finished counting out the coin and placed it in a separate bag and closed the chest. he'll somewhat struggle. How heavy is a thing of like 2,000 coins?
I mean, it's a mixture of like gold coins, like it's mostly gold but some silver. It's pretty fucking hefty.
So he somewhat struggles to carry it over and sets it near. That's near Gary and says, "Here, your emotional support chest of coinage. I thought you might need this."
He takes it and like just like opens it and just kind of like he puts his hands in it and just kind of like wafts them through it for a second. So
I was gonna say this. Say something to him really quickly, Mr. Gary. Is that
What?
cool? Can I say something to Mr. Gary quickly?
Yeah, it's fine.
Is it really worth that much to you? Money to work with him?
Mira, I didn't do this for the coin. I did it for...
Oh, yes. She kind of like looks back at Lawrence.
my very bespectacled friend here. It's actually how we met, his weird propensity for wearing nice glasses and while we were drinking.
They are quite nice, aren't they?
But the coin's a nice secondary. I'm going to have to hire some additional security because, well, you lot seem competent. This won't be the first time I've hoped that Mr. Beckett can get everything on time and then cost me something when it's a day late.
Pain smile.
Well,
Hopefully we won't be late.
And it's a good thing you just got a whole bunch of money to hire people with. Not that we're planning on being late, mind you, but...
Oh, if I hire, it's going to be on credit and a lot more than straight coin.
given that I'm a stranger, I suppose my word might not mean much to you, but also I am sure you can take care of yourself, Mr. Beckett, but I'll endeavor to keep you safe while you are away.
Lawrence is so very amused by the idea.
Yeah, this is just this like fucking average woman.
I feel safer already, Miss Tyrell.
She kind of like smiles just a little. Like it's the first time she smiled in like fucking weeks, I think.
Lawrence is all smiles.
Has anyone been wearing the earrings? I know that,
No.
that we kind of... Okay.
No, they're in my pocket.
Both are in your pocket, okay.
Yeah. Oh, I need to write down that fucking... I keep forgetting to write down that spooky sword.
Spooky
That's
board?
also in my pocket. The
So-
thing that stabbed Papa, Professor Dad.
Oh, the sword? That,
The-
like...
the dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as
We
you
gotta-
guys discuss and try and figure out...
Hold on. Just so that we're not on a cliffhanger for next week, I want to look at Lawrence with my special eyes.
What does that mean?
Look with your special eyes. Look.
Is she going cross-eyed right now?
Hold on.
Alright.
Yeah, you know this one. I want to see if he's a witch.
Alright. As you focus with your special eyes, seeing if there's anything strange, there is something curious that strikes your vision. And as you begin to examine it, as you try and understand exactly what it is...
Of course you're going to do this.
You knew it was happening.
God damn it.
No, Robert, don't tell about my magical gun that kills everyone instantly all around me at the same time. It's actually a bomb.
There is something...
A little close to home, buddy.
strange coming from the sack of coin. But Lawrence himself is fine. No magic can rub off of him.
Ha! Wonder what that's about.
And it is here as you try and figure out what that could be about. With a very stressful morning finally coming to pass, a tense meeting with Wallace finally in the proverbial rearview mirror, and answers for Frey hopefully on the horizon. A journey into the wilds far beyond where anyone would be recommended in these post-Black Sundays. The only thing stopping you from your eventual destination. And with someone else to be a part of this dangerous trek here in the morning at the lovely, patched up, broken windowed dining room of the Guaranteed Estate, we will be ending tonight's session.
Well, that was fun. Fun little thing. Fucking Garvey coming in clutch.
Oh boy.
I
Oh
can't
boy.
fucking believe you put Gary the art dealer in the fucking game.
Can't stop me.
Alex,
Can't stop, won't stop.
did you not believe us when we told you while we were hanging out last night that half of William's character backstory that we wrote is references just for you?
You complain about me having referential humor all the time.
Yeah, but that's generalized, not just for you. It's a fully realized backstory. We just also made sure that everything is going to annoy you.
God damn it.
Listen, you should be happy that your friends are thinking of you when you're not around.
That was a you thing. That was all you guys. I was never there when you played that game. I just know about it tangentially.
Don't worry about it, Alex. It's one of many. Oh.
I have to pee.
What a lovely way to end it. It was fun, guys. Thank you for a lovely session. Thank you for everyone being here and dealing with the Wallace clusterfuck. I hope one day you find out what happened with McBrennan. You have a week to... Yeah.
Tell you what.
You have a week to discuss that now.
Yeah.
We also need to figure out what happened to Zane. Or like what the Soldiers of the Blue are doing ideally. But,
yeah,
you know,
there's something
We
going on
don't
there
have time
too.
now. We're on a schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope Zane wasn't in any kind of urgent.
There's oh boy. We'll see next week when you guys by the way, for the sake of ease, I assume you guys are going to want to get going soon. If there's any shopping you want to do, try and do it in between sessions so we don't have to spend all session shopping. If you want to, that's fine. I figure you guys want to get to story beats. You know me, I love shopping sessions. I can create 30 shopkeepers. We can spend all session doing that if you guys want to. I just figure you want to go on a fun adventure. So, I'm sorry, let me try again. I figure you just want to go on a fun adventure. So...
Sure.
If there's any basic shopping or anything you want to do, let me know. You guys have a total of 500 gold plus whatever you have for petty cash for the party for whatever you might need.
Alternatively, you can go with Larry and have him haggle down every single shopkeeper.
Beautiful.
We'll see next week. Shoot me a message for any shopping you guys need to do, because you never know when the next time you're going to be in a city is. I'm doing it again already. Deuces, guys.
Good night, friends.
Bye, y'all.